Everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. The May 19th, 2020 meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen is about to be convened. As a precautionary measure to reduce the spread of coronavirus, all town buildings are closed to the public. Therefore, this meeting will be held by remote participation. My name is Mike Stone, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. I'll begin by seeking a motion to conduct this meeting via remote participation and to take a roll call for quorum.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay. Norm?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. In addition, Town Administrator Dan Knappich and Acting Assistant Town Administrator Rich Bienvenu are present in this meeting. Rich Bienvenu will act as the host for this remote meeting. The meeting is now open. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access and participate in the proceedings as provided for in the order. Persons who would like to view this meeting while in progress may do so by watching via this virtual meeting or live via the town's YouTube channel. We will also post a recording of this meeting on the Town of Yarmouth website as soon as we're able to do so. Please be patient as we work to overcome any technological challenges with this virtual meeting. To reduce confusion during the meeting, all participants of the virtual meeting are muted by the host. As participants are called upon to speak, they will be unmuted. Members of the public attending or viewing this meeting virtually will be able to use the raise hand button to identify themselves to the chair when called upon. The host will then unmute your audio. If you are dialed in to the phone number provided, you can press *9 on your phone to indicate that you would like to speak. Please wait for the chairman to recognize you before speaking. In addition, public comments may be submitted via email to publiccomment@yarmouth.ma.us. This account will be monitored during the meeting by the host and provided to the chairman as applicable. If you are called upon to speak during the meeting, please consider the following guidelines. Do not use speakerphone. Do not use Bluetooth devices. Mute all background noises. Clearly state your name each and every time prior to speaking. All votes must be roll call votes. After a motion is made and there is a second, the chair will take the roll call vote. All motions, decisions, documents, and letters will be verbally read into the record to the extent possible. If it appears the meeting cannot or should not proceed, then the host will recommend that the chair request to continue the hearing to a later date and time and/or until public meetings can resume normally. We always begin our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance. Occasionally, I forget to do that. When I do, Tracy Post invariably reminds me. Fortunately, tonight she will not have to give me that reminder. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll begin with public comment. And I believe, do we have the state senator and the two state reps on yet?
We do, yes.
We do?
Yes.
Okay. So Senator Sear and our representatives, Representative Crocker and Representative Whalen have asked to devote 15 minutes of the public comment period for them to give us an update on the governor's actions with respect to reopening of facilities and businesses and things of that nature. So I will recognize him now, starting with Senator Shear.
Good evening, Chairman Stone and members of the committee. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. I can see you. You folks can't see me, but as long as you can hear us loud and clear, that's great. Representative Crocker, Representative Whalen, and I wanted to come before the Yarmouth board, and actually as a legislative delegation, we're going to all of our legislative boards this week to make sure that we are keeping in good communication with the ongoing situation related to COVID-19. And as we begin a cautious reopening here in Massachusetts, these are some of the most trying times we've had. We're very grateful for your partnership and leadership, and particularly for the town employees and staff who've been working very hard to keep folks safe. On the topic of reopening, we are cautiously optimistic that we will have a season. It's going to start later than it usually does, and it's going to look a lot different than it usually does. But as a region, we've been working collaboratively to make a strong case for the seasonality of our economy and for some of the unique considerations that we have here. Our aim in our work is really twofold: to make sure that we're saving lives and saving livelihoods. And so to that end, we've formed a Cape Cod Reopening Task Force, which is a partnership between the legislative delegation, the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce, and Barnstable County, with participation from municipalities, both town manager representatives, and representatives of the Cape and Island Selectmen and Councilors Association, Cape Cod Healthcare, other healthcare stakeholders, the National Park Service, first responders, and several other stakeholders. And our aim here is severalfold. First and foremost, to make sure that we're getting consistent information out to the public. This is crucial. Our best shot at being able to ensure that we don't see further community spread of coronavirus, and that we're going to be able to, when we're able to reopen, is really based on good public communication around the public health precautions that people are going to need to take to keep themselves and their families safe, and one another safe. So the governor yesterday, as I'm sure you're all aware, announced a reopening plan, and it really starts with personal responsibility, that individuals are going to need to do 4 things through this phased reopening, and they're all things that have become pretty common sense and well known to us, but I think they're so important they bear repeating. That we ask folks to cover their nose and mouth when they can't be apart, to wash hands and wash surfaces often, to keep your distance, to stay vigilant for symptoms, and if you're sick, to stay home. And so the governor's plan provides a 4-phase approach in how we begin to reopen. It's a process that's that's public health led, that's based on public health surveillance. There isn't a sort of clear, or there isn't sort of a specific timeline for this. There's not sort of date certain that the phases are going to occur. Phase 1 began yesterday on May 18th, and phases will transition to different phases no less than 3 weeks. So the soonest that we would go into phase 2, which is where a number of our tourism and leisure accommodations and other activities are allowed, is in phase 2. That the soonest that would happen would be June 8th, which is 3 weeks from May 18th. There's a number of specific guidance that we're glad to get into. I'm sure folks have questions around beaches, around leisure accommodations, around restaurants. I think I'll close before I turn it over to Rep. Whalen and Rep. Crocker, that we're really aiming as a region to make sure that we're speaking with one voice, that the public doesn't necessarily distinguish between our more parochial boundaries, between, say, a Dennis and a Mashpee, or a Truro and an Eastham. They view this place as Cape Cod, and that we really feel that consistent public health messaging is really key for us to both contain the virus and not see further community spread, and to ensure that the cautious reopening that we're embarking on today is going to be able to continue. And so you folks are key partners in that. We are worried about it and don't want to see much of a sort of we're concerned about a patchwork approach, town by town, that would be difficult for the public to adhere to those public health precautions. And we ask to certainly rely on Will and Tim and me as partners here, particularly on issues where the town feels that it may like to go further than what's in the governor's orders, that we would really want to work collaboratively with all of you on that. We've had some experience, I've had some experience on this, actually dealing with some island specific issues, and that partnership is really key. So those are sort of the broad outlines for me, that we're cautiously optimistic that we can have a season, that a uniform message to the public, particularly our seasonal residents and ultimately visitors, is truly key here. That we need to have a public-led approach, a public health-led approach, but that we need to do everything we can to begin to restore our economy, particularly given that we have such a short season. So I'm sure both Tim and Will have things to add, and then we're certainly glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Representative Whalen.
Thank you, Chairman Stone. I appreciate the opportunity to join with my colleagues and come here and speak to you, my friends, the members of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, and those serving in Yarmouth town government, as well as the people in the town of Yarmouth. So as we know, there's been an awful lot of work that has gone into these guidelines that were released yesterday by the governor. I think that in some areas, I mean, just with the vast amount of communication I've had from people from the town of Yarmouth, as well as the other towns in my district, there is a lot in there that people like, and there are a number of things in there that raise concerns with folks. And the things that raise concerns has to do primarily with our local economy, with Memorial Day kind of staring us in the face, and trying to find a way to expand our economic capacity here on the Cape just as much as we can without compromising the safety of our citizens. And striking that balance is certainly it's certainly difficult, and it's nothing easy for any of us to find. We've all had our input through the Cape Cod Regional, the Cape Cod Chambers Regional Task Force on reopening that we've been working on. Our delegation's also been in contact with the Governor's Reopening Advisory Board. And as I said to the Dennis Board of Selectmen when we just spoke to them, that our work on this, release of this report, these guidelines, it's not the end of our work, it's only the beginning, because we do have so much more to do. I spent some time today talking to, in person as well as on the phone, a number of restaurateurs, some folks that work in retail here on the Mid-Cape. And what I promised them that I would do, and that I have been doing along with my colleagues, is communicating their thoughts to the secretaries in Health and Human Services, to Housing and Economic Development, the Lieutenant Governor as well. One of the things that we've been trying to make sure that the administration understands is that having a one-size-fits-all approach to this reopening doesn't fit Cape Cod. I'm looking right now at the numbers, the reported cases and the count by county, and as of this afternoon, the total number of positive COVID cases from the start of this pandemic is 1,177. That puts us on the very much on the bottom end of counties. So us, Western Mass, with the exception of Hampden County, as well as the two islands, we have a very, very low rate of COVID-19, and we want to keep it there. And that's a credit to our Cape Codders doing their job and staying home and taking the precautions necessary. But now we have to also look at that, and we have to realize that given their hard work and given everything going on down here and how successful we've been, the medical capacity that we have available, now's not a bad time to start looking at trying to expand our restaurants' ability to operate beyond what they've been given. And that's what we've been advocating for. I know I've been advocating for retail. Again, has been another area that I spoke today with the Secretary of Housing and Economic Development, trying to see if we can get a little bit more of a speed up on retail. Our hardworking people with brick and mortar stores here on the Cape that are relying on these upcoming weeks that are going to make their year, or for that matter, make their not only their immediate future but their long-term future. With that in mind, one of the things that we have been really focusing on, and we've been working with the county on, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, is trying to find some sort of level of consistency across the Cape with all of our friends, all of our municipal partners, as we begin to reopen, as the restaurants and the hotels begin to reopen, so we have sort of a unified approach, so rather than a balkanized approach. For our visitors coming down here, it's going to be hard for them. They're not going to know the difference sometimes between what the rules and regulations are in Yarmouth versus where they are in Dennis, so or in Barnstable or Harwich for that matter. So I would just encourage that we all stay in close contact, our friends in municipal government, county government, and state government, and to the best of our abilities, just continue to work toward this reopening in a safe way, but also to do it again in that consistent way, just to make sure that we keep the Cape a welcoming and open place for all the people who are going to come down here, and hopefully we can salvage what's left of this summer and make it work and let it be just throw a lifeline to our friends in small business. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Representative Crocker.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Stone, for the opportunity to be able to say something. When you're third in line, it's you kind of want to be don't need to be walking over the same ground. So I will be brief. But one thing I did want to say is that being a former Barnstable Town Councilor, this is the form of government. This level, Selectmen Town Council level, is the level of government that impacts the people the most, because you are the closest to the people. And I tell people a number of occasions that I do miss being able to not know exactly all the little details that are going on in the town and what's going on. And one of the trade-offs you make is as you move up the ladder, I guess. But I think adaptation is going to be key throughout the rest of this pandemic, and particularly when you're talking about adaptation for what we're going to do throughout the summer. I think we need to have a free and open dialogue at all the levels, from selectmen and councilors all the way up to the administration. Safety is key as well. That's one of the other things. We need to operate safely within the guidelines. And unfortunately, that's sometimes a difficult line to walk. We hear on a regular basis, and particularly, let me tell you, when I got well over 100 emails yesterday for people who are glad to see what happened and like what the governor had to say with regard to reopening, versus the people who said he didn't do enough. There's always the sums that are going to say he didn't do enough. Some people said he did too much, but there's a fine line to walk there, and we need to walk it within making sure that we are operating within safe guidelines there. I can see both sides. I can see the people who want to open up everything as soon as possible, and I can also see the people who want to do this on a cautious level. But to kind of elaborate a little on what Representative Whalen was saying, we are talking on a regular basis with the administration, particularly get an opportunity to talk on a regular basis with the Lieutenant Governor. We're talking today about things like retail and how we can open up the retail. A little leeway there, please, a little bone, if you could, to throw to the retailers, so that the big argument there, of course, is that the Walmarts and the big box stores are open, but the little stores that sell the same exact thing are not allowed to be open. Let's work on something there that can help out the small business people, which, as we all know, is a vast percentage of the business here on Cape Cod. Restaurants, there's something we can do there. Hopefully there'll be some more language there from the administration to be able to try some different options with outdoor seating, with areas that were not used as seating in the past, that now, because of distance, requirements, maybe they can. Lodging establishments, and particularly car dealerships. Car dealerships are getting beat up by the border states that all around us are allowing things like test drives. You can test drive a car in all the states around Massachusetts, but you can't do it here in Massachusetts. Another something that really we could do a little with social guidelines and social distancing, we could get them to be able to do that. Nursing homes, another, they're ground zero when it comes to this COVID infection. So, in conclusion, I just say we need to cooperate. We need to communicate on these things, and we're going to need to be able to adapt and move on, as they say in the military, adapt, overcome. Those are the things that we're going to have to do here to be able to make this a successful summer. So I thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to say something.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're glad to take any questions you may have.
Does anybody on the board have a question for either Senator Seer or Representative Whalen or Representative Crocker?
I
If you
do.
don't, I have one. Norm, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I guess, I think when the whole crisis started, there was a lot of communication about flattening the curve. That was publicized nationally as well as regionally and in this state with regard to the need to flatten the curve so that, and what the impact of doing that would be is that our medical resources would not be overstressed. Our hospitals would be within their capacity. Our medical staffs would be able to handle and all of the cases that might come up and so forth. We heard a tremendous amount about that. But I guess the question I have is, what's our objective? I don't see that this central control is accomplishing anything more at this stage. If we opened up our restaurants and said, okay, anybody can come in that wants to, I think that a lot of people would probably stay home for a while until they saw that things were okay. I don't think there's going to be a mad rush to our restaurants or into other businesses. I just don't know what's being accomplished at this point, and I don't think that there is a clarity of communication with regard to what the objectives are. Because, as I said, the initial objective that was communicated, I think pretty clearly, was to flatten the curve so that the capacity of our healthcare system would not be overrun by COVID cases. I think that's been accomplished.
Yep. So I would, sure. I would say, and I have some kind of, part of my background, I have twin backgrounds here, right? As someone who worked for the Department of Public Health prior to this position, but also as someone who grew up in a seasonal restaurant here. And I think our objective is to begin a cautious reopening while making sure that we don't see community spread and we don't see an uptick or a resurgence in coronavirus. I think that's very, very, that's challenging to do. I think that the risk remains really until we have a vaccine. So I think from an objective perspective, it's a cautious reopening. That's why there's actually in the governor's plan, there isn't sort of firm dates or firm timelines here, because they're really having this be guided by the public health surveillance, by essentially cautious opening up, seeing how all of us behave, seeing do we adhere to these public health precautions, what sort of level of personal responsibility do we take. That is going to be reflected in the surveillance, so the morbidity mortality data that we have on coronavirus. Essentially, you need a 3-week snapshot or window to figure out what's going on. And then hopefully you're able to move to another stage of reopening. So that's what I would say the objective is here. Again, the governor is calling, the governor's creating the rules of the road here. I think what we're really aiming to do is to be very deliberate in our communication to all the municipalities we represent, and I think more broadly to the public here, increasingly many of whom are not necessarily year-round residents, but are seasonal residents or seasonal workers, and ultimately visitors.
The question that I had was, there, I heard, and I don't know where I heard it from, but I heard that there was going to be some consideration of, to achieve social distancing, to allow restaurants to use unlicensed portions of their premises, such as outdoor facilities. And as you know, any part of the business that's serving alcoholic beverages has to be on the license. The licensing process typically involves a hearing before the local board, and then it gets sent up to the ABCC, which takes quite a bit of time. And I heard that there was some consideration. There was going to be some, possibly some legislative action to short circuit that process, allow local boards to take control of that issue, because of the seasonality of our businesses down here and the urgency of perhaps expanding their dining facilities into outdoor areas. Can you comment on that and tell me if there's any such action being considered by the legislature or being talked about by representatives that whose constituencies are communities such as the Cape community?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, we just dealt with this question, the exact same question. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering if you guys, if you got this question in a fax or you sent them the question in the fax. It was almost to the word what you just offered when we spoke to Dennis. And in short order, what we have is this, Mr. Chairman, is that the ABCC, their chief legal counsel is a gentleman named Ralph Sacramone, and he's been in contact with a couple of our towns down here. I've been in contact with Jamie Benenda, who's the local ABCC investigator. Jamie lives here on the Cape, and I've known him for 100 years. What we've been told by them is that your restaurants who are going to be interested in expanding their dining areas into the parking lots or whatever areas that they have to expand outdoor seating opportunities, which is something that we're strongly encouraging, they are going to need to file an application through your town, through the licensing commission, and we will make sure that their application gets expedited through the ABCC. We have the full support of the ABCC, of Treasurer Goldberg, who oversees the ABCC. So for right now, there's no legislation pending that I'm aware of, but what I would do is I would recommend that what they do is any of your, anybody in your licensing commission, if they could reach out to your licensees in town, see if it's something that they're interested in, have them submit the paperwork to your town, submit the paperwork to ABCC, and let me, Will, or Julian know right away. And what we'll do is we'll do everything in our power to make sure that it gets approved with an extremely lightning fast turnaround. And by state standards, I know that that doesn't give you great warmth, but trust me, we will get lightning fast turnaround on any of this paperwork from the state.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in to speak to us tonight. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from some of us, you know, with respect to the issues that are going to be dealt with here on the Cape during the summer in terms of the various phases of reopening. So appreciate you coming in and speaking to us, and you'll be hearing from us, I'm sure, in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do we have anybody else for public comment, Rich?
Yes, we have some emails I could read to you, and we also have now three participants in the audience that'd like to speak. Joe Glynn is the first on the list.
Okay, Joe Glenn, we're ready for you. Joe, can you hear me?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
That was great. I commend the representative and the representatives and the senator because this accountability, and Representative Crocker said it right, that the selectmen and the people you're the closest to the people, and they need to hear from you. I would have asked them some different questions, but I'm sure you can do that again, either directly or indirectly. But one of the things is that you guys are going to be coming up with tonight with the school budget and the school vote. We have a problem in Yarmouth that's going to be a severe budgetary problem. And the resources that we're going to need to use for the, did I lose you guys?
No,
Oh, okay, sorry.
We can hear you.
Yeah, no, it looked like I lost you. The resources that we're gonna have to use to enforce these things, and you guys have all seen the Copeland and our town council. There's no requirement for the selectmen or the towns to enforce this, and there's no mandate to use town resources to enforce any of these. And I noticed that all of them use guidelines, and as opposed to orders or laws. So these are guidelines, and we know that the state receipts are going to be off in the future. Our town's receipts are going to be off going forward, and we know that there's going to be a problem there, and we just don't have the money to use police, to hire more lifeguards, or to hire more people at the beaches to enforce things, and then still keep up the good services that we're going to need that we're already in trouble with. So those are the questions that I would ask them, is how do we enforce these? Are you guys going to be giving money? The school budget is probably going to be reflected, and it's probably going to be reflected down on money that we don't already get as unfunded mandates. So I would ask them in the future to do that. The other subject that I originally was on about was, I was glad to hear that the town clerk, Phil Gaudette, did an alert now, or I call them robocalls, but the call out to the community. I was glad to hear that. It was clear that June 30th was the date of our election. But I'm concerned that June 30, with all these dates of opening up and all these things, that people just aren't going to remember that down the road. And so I'd like to do that again. I'd also, I've heard that the Senate election today on Cape was very low turnout, but that's remains to be seen. But, we're going to be looking at, with people's directions going on all different things, we're going to be looking at a very low turnout, which, will affect our budget again, especially depending on how the way the vote goes. But a low voter turnout is not going to be a good sample of what our community wants from you guys. So I would ask that you put in the next, and I hope that you do it again, the links to absentee ballots, a place to bring them to town hall. I don't know if maybe Dan can answer this, or you or the selectman can answer. Is there a place for people now, if they have an absentee request, to drop off at the town hall? Is there a box or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we could put out where that is, and put out the links to either the town website or the Secretary of State's, so that we get more people out to vote. And who knows, this might drive even greater voter turnout than we would normally have, because I think more people will utilize the absentee ballot system. But there's a turnaround. They got to get the request, and then they got to turn around and mail it back. So thank you again. Thank the representatives and the senator for me, and keep up the great work. Stay the course.
All right, thank you, Joe. Who's next?
Mr. Chairman, we have a phone caller with the last four digits of 3378.
Vita Morris.
Good
Hello?
evening, Vita.
Yes, it's Vita Morris. I have a question first, sort of housekeeping question. Can I hire a tree service to do some work on my property right now?
I don't know if Dan wants to take a crack at this, but I don't know if that falls within the definition of construction or not. If it does, then it would be permissible under that heading, but it may have a separate category. I would assume it would have a separate category.
Well,
I
there
would
was,
suggest
there was
just
a tree
calling.
service working 2 doors down the street from me this morning.
Yeah, just call up a company, see if they'll come to your house.
Yeah,
Well, I think some of them are claiming that you know they've been told that you know they're not supposed to be working. But okay,
call
so
somebody else.
I'll tell them as far as the Yarmouth Selectmen are concerned that that seems to be perfectly all right.
No, you shouldn't say that, Peter. You should say, Selectman Holcomb told you it was okay.
That's fine.
Whichever. Okay. Now I'd like to comment a little bit on the three gentlemen who spoke. You know, our elected officials there. You know, first of all, the governor's approach to this whole thing is unbelievable. That he uses the same template for the entire state is I don't know how he arrived at that, because we have such differences in the various regions and what have you, you know, and that you know that he wouldn't have done it by region, taking a look at what's been going on in each area and what have you, and taking also account of you know the economic basis and what have you. So that's that. Then we have this task force where here locally on the Cape that the three gentlemen were a part of, and that the senator chaired. And it was everyone's understanding that they were supposed to come up with ideas to send to the governor in advance of what he announced yesterday, laying out what were the most important issues to the Cape, you know, and that was apparently not ever done. And now the senator who chaired the group claims that was never the idea, even though it's in writing and it's been read on the radio. And now he tries to weasel out of that and say, oh, we were just supposed to react to so now you know the group that was what, and nobody knows who appointed this group to begin with. I couldn't get an answer on the radio this morning, or was it yesterday morning? Unbelievable. I mean, we have such a chaotic approach to this whole thing. It's and I feel very bad for the business people here on the Cape. That nobody, as a matter of fact, that this task force never even included one small business person or anything like that. They were all politicians who were getting their pay and not having to worry about their personal economic situation. And in fact, as I understand it, the senator has already moved on to something about creating injection sites for druggies, and so he's into that now apparently. Anyway, that's my for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anyone else, Rich?
Mr. Chairman, Tom Sullivan is like to speak.
Tom, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we got the problem fixed. Couple of questions. One is, and it's about your agenda tonight. You're meeting with the schools, of course. My question is, with the problems we're having at the state level, and I did read where the April shortfalls, tax revenue shortfall exceeded $2.3 billion. All right. I got this right from one of our legislators up in Boston. It was more than 2.3 billion for April alone. And with May could be another very high figure. Does the schools have the money guaranteed to them yet? Do they have the money from that school authority in hand?
Yes.
They do have it in hand.
Yes, the money is bound over from the sales tax, and the authority doesn't spend any money that isn't earmarked for that specific purpose. So it's not like the the loaning is coming from sales that'll be into the future. It's already in the trust fund.
Okay, all right. Because I figured that the state, similar to like the Community Preservation Act, like they're supposed to reimburse us at 100%. Well, they were barely getting 9% out of that.
No, they can't rate it.
Yeah, okay. My second question is, I was looking over your budget and going back and forth, and I see the term in here, enterprise indirect charges. Can you explain what that is?
Indirect charges are the charges associated with services that the town staff does on behalf of, say, the water department or the septic plant. Those are revenue generating accounts, but the town is allowed for the service that we perform for them, such as a billing, for instance, to do a chargeback according to the state.
Okay, does that include the golf too?
Yeah, golf would be part of that.
Because I noticed it's a huge increase from 2020, from 467,000 to over $800,000.
Well, we're within the tolerance of what the state allows us to do for that. We hadn't in the past gone to the level at which the state would allow you to do it.
Yeah, I was involved with just setting up the enterprise account for golf. And one of the things we had discussed was putting a limit on how much the town could charge on administrative charges, plus the increase of 5%. We backed away from that at the last minute, but I don't know, maybe that's something that should be discussed down the road.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, our enterprise funds, water and septic, we do, in accordance with a cost allocation plan, allocate costs, but we do not do that for the golf fund.
Okay, it's not for the golf fund.
That's correct.
All right, thanks, Rich. And the last one is, I like to do fishing. And my question is the beach stickers. One, will they be implemented this weekend? Two, shouldn't it be a separate sticker made up for people who want to go fishing? I don't use the beach for swimming. I like to go down and fish off the jetties down there at Bass River. I move up to various parts of the river, but I do like to occasionally go down to the mouth of the river and go in there, but I have to buy a beach sticker to get in. Couldn't the town come up with a special type of fishing sticker for fishermen? Did you hear me?
I think everybody heard you. From just looking at the monitors, I see expressions of disbelief. How many people do you think would fit into that category, Tom, of that don't go to the beach, that just want a special sticker to fish?
Well, I'll be honest with you.
What would be the cost for such a small group of people of having a different sticker? And moreover, why do you need a different sticker? Why can't you just go in with your regular sticker and do your fishing?
Well, I noticed now, it's just yesterday alone, an awful lot of boats down there, trailers right now, they're out there probably chasing the squid. But I'm just a suggestion is to, I mean, I'm on a special end of it. I can get it. What is the process of the beach stickers right now? Are they going to be used this weekend or not?
We don't have any booth attendants right now on the available.
So they pretty much will be open all weekend then.
Well, there's going to be Jeff Colby will address that later in the agenda, what the latest plan is.
Okay, that's it for me, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well,
Anyone else, Rich?
Mr. Chairman, nobody in the attendance that's raising their hand, although we do have a couple emails I'll read or reference at least. I don't need to, according to Robert CFR, I don't need to read this, but I do believe you have in your emails commentary from Robert regarding looking at assessors overlays as a potential funding source. Suspension, he also references, and these are ideas related to responding to COVID-19 budget issues, possible suspension of CPA 3%, and also his idea that is very important to continue to push sewer improvements as a financial benefit to the town in helping in recovery. We also received an email earlier this morning on our public comment email from Christine Brantley, and I'll read that to you. I am a Yarmouth resident and have been made aware of the reuse committee of the Mattakey School grounds and wanted to have my opinion heard. I urge the committee to consider using this facility if possible and to keep the open space and athletic fields open for public use. I hope that there are no plans for commercial or residential development as these lands border conservation areas and well fields. In addition, I was also made aware from the Selectmen meeting that athletic fields are in question for the new school project on Station Avenue. I suggest the athletic fields be kept for the use of students at the new school. I urge conservation measures to be considered and hope that the board be open to resident input on this project. I have been a resident of Yarmouth for about 20 years, and while I appreciate the town's effort to accommodate the needs as they arise, I feel that there has been a boom in construction and upcoming residential construction projects lately with Yarmouth Gardens, Yarmouth Commons, and now the Wise Living Facility at the Irish Village that are potential going to stretch existing resources. Finally, I would hope that the reuse committee be cognizant of residents' desires to keep the natural beauty of the Cape preserved. Thank you for consideration. Alice Christine Brantley. And a similar email from a Jeff O'Hare, who says, I am writing regarding the Mattakey's grounds property and the reuse of the area. I'm a lifelong Yarmouth resident / homeowner and business owner. I hope the athletic fields and grounds properties remain open space use for the public. These areas border sensitive conservation and well-field land. Further commercial and or residential development would change the character and draw adversely from adjoining areas. Yarmouth has seen increased commercial land and residential development through the last few years, some of which still remain vacant. Please allow public input through a survey or otherwise regarding the stewardship of these lands. Thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion. Jeff O'Hare.
Okay, does that include public comment and nobody else?
We do now have one more attendee. A phone number ending in 2225 has raised his hand or their hand.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Susan Martin calling. I
Yeah.
am the executive director of the Yarmouth Food Pantry. It's my understanding that the health department's human services budget could be cut. And I'm calling to ask the committee to reconsider the funding for the pantry. We currently have 17% of Yarmouth residents registered there. There's over 8,100 people that we have helped in the past that are still on our books. We're seeing clients come in that we haven't seen since 2013, 14, and 15 that got back on their feet, and now because of this crisis, they're in need again. So I'd like to urge you to consider the funding that you give the pantry every year. We try to be a great community partner. There's an awful lot of people in our town that depend on our services. And especially now, I think it's vital that you consider helping us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that appears to be everybody.
Okay, that appears to be.
If the representatives from tugboats could raise their hands through Zoom, I could recognize you. Mr. Chairman, Wayne Kirker and Representative Pizzuti.
Representing tugboat and Pizzuti's on, Steve Pizzuti's on also, I see. Okay. All right. Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chairman.
And Wayne's with you?
He's not with me. We're socially isolated.
Okay, so but Wayne Kirker is with.
He's in another location, I understand.
All right, I'm going to read the public notice into the record, Steve, and then I assume you're the one that's going to be making the presentation on behalf of Mr. Kirker, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, acting as the local licensing authority, has received an application for an alteration of premise from the Harbor Club, Inc., doing business as Tugboats, 21 Arlington Street, West Yarmouth, Mass. Wayne Kirker, manager. The Harbor Club, Inc. proposes to construct a service bar with 6 seats to replace 6 seats at tables in the dining room. Hearing will be held remotely on Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 o'clock. Written comments will be accepted until 4:30 p.m. Friday, May 15th, 2020 in the Selectmen's office at Town Hall via the Dropbox, or can be submitted electronically to publiccomment@yarmouth.ma.us. Please see the posted agenda on the town website 48 hours prior to the meeting for further instructions on electronic participation. Okay, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for the opportunity to do this remotely. As you recall, a few weeks ago, I was before the board again remotely on behalf of the Harbor Club, Inc. At that time, what we did was we requested a change of manager. You'll note in this particular petition, it specifies that Mr. Kirker is the manager, but since that time, the ABCC has approved the management agreement that I proffered before you the last time. And Ted Zambellis, who's pretty well known in the town, is the manager. And so the petition again specifies Mr. Kirker, but since then, the management agreement was approved. I think it's just important to note right off the bat that nothing is changing physically in this establishment other than it's been improved by doing a lot of cosmetics that I think when you go in there, you're going to be pleasantly surprised at the establishment. The only thing that's been changed, as the chairman stated in the reading of the petition, is that there's a small bar that was actually constructed on the first floor. It's important to note that prior to 2015, there was a bar there in essentially the same location with 10 seats. And the then operator, through, of course, the manager and the owner, Wayne Kirker, decided that they wanted to remove that bar. And in its place, what they did is they put seats back in. Ted Zambellis, who now is the manager and operating it through the management agreement, with his experience, determined that it was not practical to remove that bar back in 2015. And the reason is because all the alcohol is on the upper level, and to properly service the patrons, the diners on the main floor, which most of the occupancy is there, it just made sense to have a service bar. And instead of just having a service bar there, why not have 6 seats at that bar? So basically the occupancy isn't changing, the number of seats isn't changing. It was a win-win to have this bar reestablished in a very convenient location. Let's see, the tables, the number of seats, the 6 seats have been actually taken away from the dining room there to accommodate the 6 seats at the bar. And so basically that's it, and would certainly welcome any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you. Does anyone on the board have any questions for Attorney Pizzuti? Looks like they're replacing 6 restaurant seats for 6 bar seats. Okay, seeing none.
Recommendation
Tracy?
to close the public hearing?
Tracy has a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing, second. All those in favor? Well, we can't do that. Tracy, I'm
Aye.
calling a roll call vote. Tracy?
Aye.
Norm?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. So the public portion of the hearing is closed. Do I have a motion on the application?
So moved.
So Tracy's making a motion to approve the application as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, good. Any further discussion?
Just that I hope we can all go in there and see it soon.
I don't think any more than Ted Zambellis would like to see you in there.
Okay, good. All right, we'll call for a roll call vote on the motion. Mark?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Norm?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well, so that's unanimously approved.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one question or make one comment?
Sure.
Regarding the statement earlier by our representatives regarding expediting the alteration of the premises, to accommodate seats outside. One of the things I think that needs to be addressed in that regard, I should have raised my hand then, but I really wanted to move it along, obviously for you more than anything, is that I think that the publication is what's going to actually be time consuming. What would be good is if one of our representatives could actually petition or try to get a law amended to afford this alteration without public without a public notice, because that's going to be 2 or 3 weeks. And if they can do that, for a temporary change in the law, that would be fabulous. I would think it would pass. It would fly right through the legislature.
I think that what I heard in terms of the proposal that was circulating around was that they were hoping that the legislature was going to take some action to have these things allowed administratively without public hearings and just kind of, ministerial actions at the local level. But it didn't sound to me from their feedback that was going to happen, that the ABCC was still wanted to be involved, and our representatives say that they can get them to act very quickly on these things. That remains to be seen. And the other thing is their definition of quick and a restaurateur's definition of quick might be 2 different things, given the short season that we have and the fact that these businesses have to make their money and most of their annual income in just a few months.
Well, this will probably be the first time that I will publicly say this, but I've been doing this for over 30 years. And I can tell you that the bureaucracy in Boston in this particular department is astounding. And from my perspective, although it's not going to mean a thing, is the state police could actually do what the ABCC does. And everything should be decentralized down to the local licensing authority and have the state police oversee it. And then not only could we save $1 billion, but it's going to run more efficiently. And you know something, what I say doesn't mean anything, but I'll tell you, it would be nice for other people to recognize that, because it's been talked about for years, but it's so political, it'll never happen. But it would be wonderful if they actually could circumvent that whole rigmarole up there for this particular very unusual circumstance.
Yeah, I agree that we really, to make it work for the local businesses, have to have some kind of an expedited process.
Thank you very much for
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. 6:45 matter, DY New Middle School presentation.
Mr. Chairman, I know Ken from DY is on the call. I'll promote him and he can direct us as to who else might be presenting.
Let's see, but there he is, Ken Jenks. You can unmute him. Is he gonna, who else?
Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, Ken, go ahead. If you let me know who else I could promote, I'll bring them into the meeting.
Yes, I believe Joe Tierney was going to kind of do the quick overview, building committee rep and school committee representative from Yarmouth. And then he'd be asking that you turn it over to Chad Crittenton from PMA. And then they'll ask you to turn it over to the architects, Bob Bell. But if we could start with Joe Tierney, that'd be appreciated.
Okay,
Okay.
Joe and Chad are on the panel.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, it's Joe. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come, show you the progress we've made with this with the new school. It's a very exciting time that we can start moving forward. We're still in the design phase, so I'll let PMA talk a little bit more about that. I just wanted to mention real quick, a caller called in earlier and talked about the funding for the school. And Dan Knappich was correct in saying that the money has been secured. However, we recently put a statement of interest in for the Emmy Small School, and that's where we may come into some difficulty in the next few years. That's what the MSBA was saying, or that's what we've heard, is the fact that we may, in the next few years, there might not be as much money in that pot to use. So they're going to be a lot more stringent on future projects. So, but anyways, that's there. This is now, and we're excited to give you kind of an overview of where we stand on the school project. So I'd like to turn it over to Chad Crittenton from our project manager, PMA.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Chad Crittenton. I am a managing director with PMA Consultants, working as the owner's project manager for the Dennis Yarmouth Intermediate Middle School project. I also have Mitch Miller from PMA on the call as well. So very quickly, let's talk high level schedule. Project schedule, we're currently at the 60% design phase. We are going to be in design for the better part of this year. We start pre-qualifications for our bids this fall. And then the project actually goes out to bid next January with the bid opening and contract awards happening March for springtime mobilization, likely April 2021. I'm going to turn it over to Bob Bell with Perkins Eastman, the architect for the project, and he will run through some of the design updates, and then we can talk budget very quickly and a little more detail on the schedule.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chad. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. And Rich, I'm not sure if I'm able to advance the slides or if that's something you are controlling.
I'll do that.
Okay. If you can go to the next slide. And then Chad, I don't know if you want to comment on this or we can move.
Sure. So a little bit more detail. In the 60%, our next major deliverable goes to the MSBA on September 22nd. We just submitted the DD package to the MSBA. It's currently with them for review. So at each of these 3 submission milestones to the MSBA, we have 2 independent estimates performed on the latest design package. We reconcile those estimates to each other, and then we reconcile them to the approved project budget and submit that whole package with the updated design deliverables to the MSBA for review and comment. That'll happen 2 more times, September 22nd and November 24th. The 100% gets submitted to the MSBA for record, and we put it out to bid at the same time.
Great. Next. So my name is Bob Bell. I'm with Perkins Eastman. I'm a principal. I've been on the project from the beginning. I'm going to just take us through a brief update. And I believe we also have in the audience our project manager, Dan Colley, and our landscape architect that are on hand to answer any questions. So what I'm showing you first is, this is where the project was about a year ago before it was put on hold. This is an overall site plan. You can see the white sort of mass to the upper left is the new school. You can also see that the Station Ave Elementary School is shown in satellite imagery. And through the process of design, we were also planning for a future expansion. And that was just to make sure that we weren't building this new project and locking in or limiting your options in the future. Rich, are you able to pull it back up?
I'm just letting in your colleagues. I'll bring it right up in a second. Other than Dan, who was the other colleague you wanted in?
There could be Chris Bradner from Traverse Landscape. It's Chris with a K.
If Chris can raise his hand, I'll bring him in a minute. I couldn't quite find him on the list, but
Okay, that's fine. If you could just go back one slide quickly. Basically, in this plan, you can see there are a number of fields that are really not adjacent to the middle school, but they were part of the project at that time. This was included in the scope and an important part of the overall project and community benefit, basically. If we advance the next slide, we can see that when the project came off hold, next slide, please. When the project came off hold and basically we restarted, there's a reduction in scope. Basically, the year delay did cause about $5 million in escalation. And to continue with the MSBA, they wanted to ensure that the project would move forward and had a path to do so. And basically the thing that could be done easily on paper and to hold the agreement with the MSBA was to reduce some of those fields that were shown in the front of Station Avenue as well as behind the high school. So the project, when we restarted, did include a few ball fields shown here in this illustration. We also, what we tried to do as we moved forward was to re-examine the design of the school, see if it's possible to make improvements, but also to save some money so that some of the field scope could come back. So in the next slide, you'll see where we are now. You might notice just a slight difference in the floor plan of the school, but that difference in the floor plan was basically efficiencies gained, and it allowed us to restore the field in the front of Station Avenue. It also allowed us to add irrigation back into the project. And that's important for the health of any of the fields and because of the just intense use that they have to make sure they stood a chance to kind of stay healthy along the way. Next slide, we can zoom in a little bit and we'll show you the floor plan. This is where we were about a year ago. You can see the classroom wings in the back of the school, 2-story construction. The front of the school just being 1 story. Next slide shows the adjustment to the plan. And basically you can see that the angles have changed a little bit, but the biggest change is that we created more 2nd story space. So we moved the library media center from the ground level up to the 2nd floor. Again, this was all part of making the building more efficient. You might have noticed that the corridors that come from the front of the building, the 2 corridors that lead into the academic wings, the back classroom wings, are now a little bit more of a smoother transition. That was part of an improvement that was very intentional. But overall, this helped also save some money. In addition to this, we also looked at, as the educational program has changed a little bit, it was important for the ground level grades 4 or 5 to have classrooms in pairs because that's the way they are teaching now. So we had a little bit of the program that moved around, but really nothing big. We have submitted our DD submission to the MSBA and it includes these changes. So with that will come some questions, but it's all good in that it represents plan improvements and cost savings. Next image, you'll see an update of what the building looks like. So it's gone from, next slide, please.
Yes.
Rich, can you advance the slide? There you go. So this is an updated look at the building. If you remember what it looked like before, it was really the big difference was it had a one-story front. It was very low, unassuming. We actually think that this consolidation, again, which helped to save some money, gives a better scale and presence to the building. We've incorporated canopies and really trying to respond to the context for which we find the school. Most of this taking inspiration from the landscape. The look of the building is intended to be warm, welcoming, scaled, and inspired by the local landscape. And so that's what we're able to do here. What you're looking at is the auditorium off to the left-hand side. Straight ahead at the lowest level are the two entries, one for grade 4-5 on the left and another one for grade 6-7 on the right. The library media center is right above the administration, so that's the second floor space. And off to the right-hand side is the gymnasium with some surrounding programs. And in the back, you can see those two academic wings. Next slide is a closer look at some of the materials on the building. So we've changed the materials, and this was part of an exploration to maintain durability, but also the aesthetic look that was being achieved previously. We've changed the base material to basically a brick with some precast concrete. The upper level of the school is kind of a warm look. It's a glass reinforced fiber cement veneer for the building. These both represent very durable materials, but also have a warmth and a quality that we think really responds well to this young age group that'll be in the building. Next slide. Interior materials. I won't go through all of these, but basically it's typical that the school will have acoustic ceiling tile that's high performing. Walls will be double layers of drywall, durable. They'll have a tile wainscot on them to protect the walls from damage. The floors will be linoleum, and this is a big change over what you have now. It requires a lot less maintenance and work, but it lasts very long. The wood and other things that we put into the school would be solid, as well as the doors, and we have aluminum clad wood windows. Next slide, we can walk through and see an example of what these look like. This is a zoomed in picture of the main administration with the two entries on each side of it right in the middle. There's a lobby space, and then off to the right-hand side, we're seeing the gymnasium. Left-hand side, we're seeing the cafetorium. And off the screen here is also the auditorium. Those green rooms somewhat in the center are art rooms. And if we go to the next image, you can see by moving the media center up to the second floor, we basically created more of a two-story space within the school. This actually helps quite a bit because the school is organized with grades 4-5 on the ground level and grades 6-7 on the upper level. Without this, the upper level and the grade 6-7 really kind of are, if you will, invisible. There's no grand arrival or entry. This is a way to better connect those grade levels. This is also part of the front of the building, which is the community zone. So this is where the community would access after hours, many of the spaces, whether it's the gym, auditorium, cafeteria for a lot of multi-purpose services or meetings, the media center up above, as well as the art room. Next image. This is not a rendering, but it shows you the qualities of interior materials. So this is what a typical cafetorium looks like. You can see what this does. In addition to your auditorium, it allows the great performing arts, musical performances to thrive, gives them more opportunities for different types of performances. This is a smaller stage than we would have on the auditorium, but this is also multi-purpose, serves as your cafeteria, but has acoustical enhancements. Next slide. This is a look at very similar materials being used for the gymnasium. So it's an athletic wood floor. It's a durable masonry base around the perimeter. And then up high for acoustic treatment, it's what they call tectum. It's kind of a strand board that's very durable. It can take impact. A modern gymnasium is not like the gymnasiums you have now. They're not echo chambers. They actually are great for teaching and learning, as well as kids learning physical activity. Next slide. This is a floor plan now looking up to the library media center, and I'll take you, next slide will show you an example of very similar materials and finishes. The library media center, again, acoustic ceiling tile, gypsum wallboard, double layer. Libraries, one space usually will have carpet, but in this case, carpet tiles, so it's easy to maintain and replace. And of course, woodwork, all movable furnishings, so it keeps a flexible environment overall. Next slide. I think the last spaces I want to show are a typical classroom cluster. This is a repeated pattern throughout the school. You'll see groups of 2 or 4 classrooms. They're the square rooms shown in blue. The space out in the hallway you can see is called project area. So in a modern educational environment, the entire school can be used for teaching and learning. So we'll show you some images of what that looks like. There's a stairwell there, as well as the red space is a teacher office, basically. So scattered throughout the school to help with supervision and safety are some teacher offices. Next, we'll see an image of those corridor spaces look like. Can you go to the next slide, Rich? So this is kind of that corridor space, very similar dimensions. And then this jumped forward into the classroom. So this is a typical teaching classroom. We typically have a teaching wall on all 4 walls, and that allows flexibility, not just for the teacher, but for students. Really good daylight, lots of movable furniture. Next slide. Just have a couple more to go through. This is, you can advance past this one. We already covered finishes. Next slide. So this is just to show, this is a LEED checklist. Every school with the Mass School Building Authority must be a sustainable school. So that's basically LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It's really a global rating system to see how schools can be green. There are a bunch of categories here, including the site, water efficiency, energy. And basically we have a school and a design that's high performing, which was part of the goals. Overall, we check out on a score chart at 64 points, and that puts us not just certified, not just silver rating, but in the gold category. The only category higher is platinum. And so as we continue to work on the project, what we've really done here is created a sustainable school that is very high performing, and that translates directly into a better educational environment as well. Last slide I have, and I think Chad will have a couple after this, just shows that we anticipate that overall there's a savings. And I'll say this is a calculated savings from building you a new code compliant school, which is the left-hand bar. It shows $351,000 roughly as an energy estimate. It's all relative. The school, with all the energy efficiency things that we built into it, will have a 36.5% savings over a traditional baseline school effectively. Now, these aren't exact numbers because existing schools, sometimes equipment and everything isn't performing or isn't even working properly. But basically, if we were to just build an ordinary school versus this energy efficiency one, you should realize in the magnitude of about $128,000 savings annually in energy. And the next slide, I think, turn it back over to PMA to talk about next steps.
All right, thank you, Bob. So as we had stated, the 60 and 90% design submissions to the state are our next major milestones. On January 13th, we will be 100% complete and out to bid. Those bids come in late February. We execute contracts in early March. The TBD date there for the new building substantially complete. We initially had targeted to make that decision with the DD submission. With the COVID-19 situation, it introduced certainly some new variables that need to be factored in. And right now, the estimating teams are really trying to get a handle on what the bidding market might look like next January. Obviously, things are changing on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis. So we expect to make that substantial completion determination certainly by the 90% design submission milestone. It will either be substantially complete in June and ready for September 2022 occupancy, or it'll be substantially complete in October of 2022 and ready for occupancy after the December break when students return. The real decision there is just trying to gauge bidder interest. We want to make sure that we have plenty of interested bidders. More competition translates to a more competitive bid number for the district. But with COVID-19, we'll continue to monitor that situation and make that decision later this year. We can jump over to the next slide, please. Project cash flow, very high level. We had that 1 year hiatus in there. There were no costs expended during that year period. We did pick up this January right where we left off, and the amount paid to date is $2.174 million. That includes the feasibility and schematic design and the design development phase so far, and right in the 60% design. The MSBA grant amount that's estimated to be reimbursed of that is $1.229 million. So the district's out-of-pocket estimated cost is $945,000 once the MSBA catches up with their payments that they go in on a monthly basis and get reimbursed fairly quick from there. We can jump over to the next slide. And that's it. So we'll open it up to any questions.
Does anyone on the board have any questions? Norm?
So,
Mark?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It looks beautiful. One of the things I'm curious about is the extent to which, or what are some of the variables that might be affected from a cost perspective related to COVID and the construction of the building. I know you'll have some, you're working on it now, but I'm just curious, what are some of the things that might impact the cost of the project?
So certainly something to consider right now on our other active construction projects. We are seeing some relatively minor costs for constructing in that COVID-19 environment. One example might be temperature screening for each of the workers as they enter the job site each day. They have certification. There are restrictions on working within 6 feet of each other, whereby you need to have a face shield and masks and gloves. And so there certainly are some costs. Those costs will be factored into the estimates. Certainly by the time we get to 90%, we should have a very, very good handle on exactly what those costs are. And from there, it is the responsibility of the school building committee to dial in the budget to make sure that we are still at our target budget with those cost implications factored.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Has there been, the federal and state governments, even with some of the financial problems at both levels, still talk about providing help to communities to deal with costs associated with this? Are those costs that could be perhaps some additional funding could be pursued under some of these programs that are talked about? Is at least something that could be looked at down the road as you begin evaluating the cost impacts?
Yep, certainly something we will look at. We are in discussions with the MSBA on a regular basis. It has certainly affected the projects that maybe City of Boston that actually had a shutdown for a period. Those are much, much greater costs. So the MSBA is working with the local state reps, and I think the cost may be distributed by county and handled at that level, but we'll certainly work to isolate those costs and see if there's any additional reimbursement support that can be provided for them.
Thank you. That would be great. No, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't, thank you.
I don't have any either, so unless there's anything else you gentlemen want to bring to our attention.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Tierney's raised his hand. He is on the panel, though. So
Joe's on. Joe?
Yes, Mike. Just something that was brought up in our last meeting, just getting back to Mark's comments, was the fact that there's a lot of construction companies out there that do a lot of private construction. And now that this COVID-19 thing has come through, and some of their contracts maybe not coming through, so this may make it a little more competitive market. So when it goes out to bid, we might have some construction companies that are normally in the private sector come in and try to bid on this. which may make it a little bit more competitive. So it may help us in the long run. That was something that came out in our last meeting, building committee meeting that we had. So I just wanted to pass that along. So it might work out in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Hopefully it will. Thank you. Unless anybody has anything else for these gentlemen, I'm going to move on to the next item.
Mr. Chairman, we do have an attendee, only identified as Brian. In the heads raised.
Brian Sullivan?
Perhaps, but I'll allow him to talk.
Brian?
Hi, Mike. It's Brian Carey. Sorry to jump in.
Brian Carey. Okay, we were wondering which Brian it was, whether it was Brian Sullivan or Brian Carey. Go ahead.
One thing I do want to add, I'm not sure if it was added. Some initial borrowing was done at this phase, and that was a $3 million bond, and that was bonded out at I believe it was 0.89%. That is a savings to both the Dennis and Yarmouth taxpayers. Money is very inexpensive these days. So the initial bond was, we saw some initial savings that we didn't necessarily anticipate. So I just thought that was important to bring up for your review and for the taxpayers out there.
Sure, anytime you can borrow money for less than a point is a good day, right?
Better than what we expected.
Okay, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Joe Tierney's raised his hand again. Joe?
Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mike. Another quick thing, and we're glad that we did this tonight because the town is coming up with a vote on the debt exclusion for this. And it's going to be very, very important vote that everybody gets out and votes in favor of the debt exclusion, because if we don't, it would impact all town departments drastically. So we just need to make sure we get that out to the taxpayers out there. This is a very important vote that, we have it on a debt exclusion, and that passes through town meeting. So I think we need to make sure that everybody knows about it and we kind of promote that, and we'll do our best on the school committee to do that before the election. So thank you.
Thank you. I agree, Joe. I think there's some a public education piece that's critical to going forward with this. We're already obligated. Some people think that they can potentially vote against this and the project won't go forward, which is obviously is not the case. The issue is whether you vote the debt exclusion or you take it out of the operating budget, which would be too difficult to do. So we'll be trying to let people know what the realities of this situation are, as well as what you folks will be doing.
Great. We'll do our best also to promote the same thing.
All right. Thank you. We're going to go to the golf bond anticipation note rollover.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe Ed Sentio will join us for this.
Okay, I can see it. Ed, can you hear me? I don't think Ed's in yet.
There was a memo in your packet associated with the band, the golf and the.
Yeah, we have Ed on the screen. We're trying to hook him up. How are we doing with Ed, Rich? He's showing up on the screen. Rich is trying to connect him in.
And here he is. I'll let him have my seat.
He's actually come into the room. He didn't get unmuted for some reason. So he's going to take Rich's place.
Sorry about that. Dan muzzled me, or Rich muzzled me.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. I didn't get unmuted.
You're unmuted now.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to do a summary of this, or do you have questions? How would you like to proceed?
Why don't you go do a summary of it first?
Okay. Every year for the last several years, what we've done is rolled over a golf ban. What we were hoping for was that the golf debt would drop off sufficiently, or the golf revenue expense picture would improve enough so that we could permanently borrow the golf debt. And we're also looking to try to combine the golf debt with other borrowing that we would do in order to reduce the borrowing cost. So this seems to be an opportune time. The golf debt has dropped off. We're going to be borrowing in February for the DPW garage. So it looks like what we can do is both save expense, hopefully take advantage of a good interest rate. You heard that earlier, and get this borrowed permanently. And then what we'll do is ensure that we can have golf pay the principal and interest to the extent possible. So what we're asking to do is just give you a heads up. We have to, in June, roll over the ban. If we don't roll over the ban, we need to come up with $1.9 million to pay the principal. What we'd like to do is roll over the ban until February 15th. And then on February 15th, we would borrow for both the DPW garage as well as the golf borrowing. And there'll be some small borrowing for the schools as well about that same time. So we're hoping to take advantage of one rating call with S&P, the bond council, just one review, and kind of look to combine all of that together so that we can reduce costs for the taxpayers.
What's the rate on this one? What you're looking to do now?
We won't know until that time period. Rates are fluctuating. So again, not until we offer that bond will we know what is bid for that particular set of bonds that we put out.
Tracy, were you talking about the bond, or were you talking about the short-term financing? When you asked what the rate would be.
I'm talking about what he's looking to do today, the amount of money between now and February. What that potentially could be. It could be a savings, correct?
I believe the rate will be lower, similar to what you had with the schools. Our rate was higher for the DPW garage because it was over $10 million. If it's over $10 million, the local banks can't bid on it. And that's why I think or banks can't bid on it. That's why I think the schools got a good deal. I think we'll get a similar good deal with the DPW or with the golf ban, but I can't tell you what that interest rate's going to be until we do it.
You need a motion?
No, I think you could, vote on it if you like. We just want, when we come before you, we want to get, just ensure that that we're going to be doing that golf ban in June. And then what we'd also like to hear from you is, do we do this taxable or do we do this tax exempt? If we do it taxable, then we have the ability to lease the golf property at some point in the future. If we don't do it taxable, we don't have that opportunity.
What's the additional cost at this?
Over a 15-year period, it's about $68,000. If the very conservative over 4% interest, which we got as an estimate from our bond council, is appropriate. If it's a lower interest rate, the cost would be even lower over a 15-year period. So if the interest rate's around 2%, it could be half of that. So perhaps $34,000 over a 15-year period. But that does give you an option to go in a different direction with golf if you choose.
Anyone have any questions? Sorry. Does anyone have any questions? Norm? No.
No question.
Okay. You don't need any action at this point in time. You
Well,
just-
Mr. Chairman, I'd actually like to get the board to approve this motion to offer the ban, just so it goes on record that way.
So moved.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, Eric,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Tracy,
Aye.
Norm?
Aye.
I vote aye as well, so that's unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now we come to the moment where we all been waiting for. So Rich will probably reassume his seat there.
Yes. Ed? Ed has left the building.
Just for the record, that was Ed, not Rich Bienvenu, even though it says that I'm responsible for enough.
Okay, so go to COVID-19 updates, FY 20 budget impact. And
Yeah, let's, we're already behind schedule a little bit. Let's go right into the budget impacts and then I can give you the rest of the stuff later.
Ed's going to jump on another laptop downstairs. I'm going to share it on the screen while at the same time walking you through this, so please bear with me. And actually, I got to wait to make sure I can bring Ed into the panel. While that's happening, I will let you know in proofing what was in your packet. There was a error on one page. It didn't quite jive with what the summary says. And I just had some typos in trying to transpose all this extreme amount of detail that we maintain into a relatively high level summary to have a ease of discussion. But that was on page 6. The amounts on the other available funds didn't quite jive with what was on the summary, and that was just some typing and addition errors on my end. But what I'll be presenting to you, what I'll put on the website, will be the corrected version. I'll get started, and maybe someone will come up and let me know what Ed's on, and I can go back and promote him. So in front on the screen and in your packet was an update resulting from the board's vote on the budget list that we had provided previously, items A through D. I did my best to try to identify those items, but I really wanted to show the impacts to you. And this presentation kind of shows you the impacts. I do have a detailed listing. I tried to put it in the form of a memo. It's not very conducive to that type of thing, but rest assured, everything that is an A through D is in this presentation. And to the extent it's not or different, I'll let you know. And if anybody would like to see that, my notes on all that and how that all ties out, be happy to show you. But what this does is it provides for a 33% reduction in local receipts and a 10% reduction in state aid. And that's the baseline, but also within this budget, it provides for us to take further actions if that proves not to be sufficient or a reduction. And so the way we're achieving that is through adjusting spending plans. For example, by freezing, the biggest one being a salary freeze for FY21, and how we allocate certain expenses to the extent we can do that. If we can move them to a revolving fund or a grant type account, we certainly would do that as opposed to having the general fund bear a cost. We're also, through this process, maintaining reserves. And why are we doing that? We don't really suggest that we use reserves to address an ongoing recurring issue, but rather be there as a backstop in case we need to just get through a small period of time or to transition to a different type of operation. And one of the key points that Ed just referred to with the borrowing was maintaining reserves for S&P requirements to maintain a AA+ bond rating, which is keeping our interest costs low as we are going out to bond on various projects. Our reserves are there to backstop our operation. and aid in a transition. And it's also there to help us through a multi-year event if needed. But generally speaking, we don't suggest that you use reserves to fund an ongoing recurring cost. We really need to bite the bullet and make a change in how we operate if that were the case. That being said, if these reductions don't come to bear, and if indicated, these reserves could be used to reinstate things that have been cut or have been deferred, and we'd have a next opportunity in the fall to do that with the fall town meeting, or perhaps next spring. And of course, if that were to be the case and these receipts came in much greater than what we're budgeting now based on these cuts, those would default to free cash. And that could be used in the subsequent year to replenish reserves if they were used to do that. So long and the short of it is this budget summary. And as we often tell you, we need to have a balanced budget, and it's relatively simple. You have amounts to be raised on the top through various appropriations and state and county assessments. And they are funded by typically 3 or 4 sources. I usually call it 3 sources. Estimated receipts, which is state and local sources. Other available funds, which would be other things that you have on hand. And of course, the largest item being the property tax levy. So you can see under local receipts, a reduction of $5.5 million. That represents the 33% reduction. And you can see the 170 under the state line representing a 10% reduction. So how did we maintain a balanced budget? It's by adjusting something else. And so at the moment it's balanced, and to the extent we want to do something different, then it's a matter of pulling the different levers and making sure that we adjust in one of these other areas to maintain the balance. And I do want to point out that this is comparing to the previous presentation that was provided to you in February, I believe. We had a preliminary presentation in January, got some later information in February that we gave you an update on. And then this is how it looks now after the Selectmen's vote of the items A through D and in Ed's implementation of those in the budget process. So how do you accommodate these reductions in revenue? Well, the largest item was local appropriations dropped 4.7 million. That's our budget. We adjusted our overlay account or abatements that we typically provide for. That is a typical amount we raise, but we don't need to raise that. And we do have so-called excess overlays that can get us through a couple of years if we need to. We did increase our other available funds, and there was a negligible net change in our property tax levy resulting from that. So speaking of the levy, if we were to proceed on that basis on that prior slide, we have the calculation of our levy. We're showing that we are within the levy. This is our calculation. You're allowed to raise up to $66,030,000. Preliminarily, we're a bit under that, but that is after applying the reductions for the roadway money of 1.2 million and our capital budget of 1.5 million, and the reduction of departmental budgets, some which you might want to discuss if there's any further action you'd like to take on those. So this is where you might have a little opportunity to do that. Conversely, it wouldn't surprise me. The 33 and 10% reductions was our baseline going in. We are hearing perhaps on the state side that informally at this point that perhaps it could be as much as 20%. And of course, our estimates could be wrong as well on our local receipts. But I also want to point out one other thing. And Ed and I talk about this at least every other day. Remember, this is all on paper. It all looks nice and pretty when it's balanced here. And the thing that balances it all at the end of the day is the property tax. And as long as it's within the levy, generally people consider it to be good. But relies on that this actually happens. So even though we have this levy, property tax levy, provided for, and legally we can bill that amount of money, people actually have to pay it. And to the extent it's not paid, that represents some sort of structural deficit. And so because we had an extended due date on our tax bills, hopefully that's the issue. Right now, we have a little over $4 million, $4 to $4.5 million of unpaid real estate tax bills. Typically, we are at or near, and sometimes in some cases, over 100% collections by the due date or shortly thereafter the due date of our property tax bills. And right now we have unpaid real estate taxes. So I bring that up because it's great to have this discussion on paper and to have a balanced budget. But the practical reality is people actually have to pay the cash. And otherwise you'll might have a budget issue, but you have a cash flow issue. And so when we talk about our preliminary remaining levy or things you may want to add back or do, you got to keep in mind that we actually can perform that based on the cash collected. And I'm just going to take a break and get Ed into the meeting for a second. Ed?
Ed?
Let me try this again. Ed? Yeah, I'll just have Ed come in. He can switch us off. So in any event, some of the details of these changes. Before we do that, if we were to proceed on the basis that I showed you, that we did not leave any remaining levy on the table because of the revenue challenges that we were facing, the resulting tax rate, resulting levy of 66 million would result in a tax rate of 1027. Plus or minus, this is all dependent upon values being, right now they have the values being the same as the prior year, and they're not going to be, they will be something different. So this is just an estimate and an approximate, which would result in a slight increase in the average tax bill. Again, the value being the same as the last year, not adjusted. So you saw in the summary a change in $654,000. Here's what's changed from what was last presented. Ed and I have gone through various funds and looked at what we think we could take out and utilize for operating purposes. There's a lot of perhaps votes and discussion that has to happen on some of these, so it's not a foregone conclusion, but this is our plan to move forward. Some of the things that we would be looking to use to keep this balanced budget and keep the operating budget as intact as they are for now. The alternative is to, obviously, if you can't fund the budget, then the alternative is you have to cut the budget. So these are the additional revenue sources identified. I think on that budget sheet that you voted, there's some things that are off a little bit to that sheet, and this is one. I think that sheet showed something like $719,000. This isn't quite that. And the reason for is when I did that calculation, we met with Selectman Holcomb. You might recall the discussion about to the extent we had increases in salaries that were previously in enterprise funds should be funded by increases in indirects. And I hadn't accounted for that. So that makes up that difference. But on the other hand, when we get to what's been cut, we over-delivered on what was actually cut versus what was on the sheet. And so we've more than made up for that difference. Here's what's changed from the previous presentation to now, department by department basis. Mike, can you mute your- And as we get through tonight, the intention would be to finalize any decisions that you make tonight and present a final budget book with those decisions reflected. And those budget books reflect the detail of each of these items. I did send out last week an Excel spreadsheet that had all our budget line items. And if you were to look at that, it would indicate all those elements of change in that spreadsheet. That gives you a pretty great level of detail, but it's also in this presentation. So for each of these changes, there's a page behind here that shows the detail of that. Obviously, the biggest change here is the capital budget, which includes the roadways. These two items aren't related. These are adjustments. The addition of the DPW debt service for the ban and a lower than expected assessment from DY. The rest are COVID decisions based on that spreadsheet at items A through D. So what was cut at a high level, these were the programs that were cut. And here's how it looks on a line by line basis. Oh, one more thing, I'm sorry, before the line by line basis. These items represented things that were adds from FY20 until FY21. Those were the first things that we removed. So these ads, the previous ads were removed, and these items represented adjustments. So we had some late breaking information, like on insurance, for instance, we had projected 10%, our actuals came in at 7.5%. We've adjusted for contract settlements based on changing expectations. And since we had the actual, for example, on the DPW ban, we didn't need to carry this amount any longer. And now we get into the department by department detailed cuts. And to the extent there was anything that's not in the department but was more general, but was also accounted for, I added it in here to identify the exact amount of what that change was on that expenditure summary page. This is municipal finance on top, municipal operations, largely IT on the bottom. Public works. Municipal inspections. Let me go back for, I'm sorry, 1 second. I should say that I did talk to all the department heads on each of these, and I can't say that anybody in particular is happy. That'd probably be a misrepresentation, but they all understood and all willing to work with us to get to where we need to be. It isn't necessarily easy. I would suggest, and people may or may not believe this, but generally speaking, our operating budgets at our department level are pretty thin. There was a pretty large round of cuts in 2010, and by and large, not much has been added to those items since then, except for things like new assessments from the sheriff's office for CMed dispatching for fire department, for example. That would be an increase in the expense budget, but it was eaten up by that one thing. So there wasn't a lot of discretion in a lot of these things. Really where there is level of discretion would be in salaries, and that's what we're trying to preserve at this point so that we can continue operations. I mentioned the DPW and public works because they're also pretty significantly affected by roadway money. And if there was a consideration of doing something different, they do have some sources to tap into, Chapter 90 and the remaining balance from prior appropriations, for example. But Jeff does have some key things that he relies on that roadway money to achieve. And so that is definitely a hit to his operation. Likewise, on municipal inspections, the largest issue here for your consideration in these cuts is the human service grants. You had someone in public comment talk about the food pantry. And there are some expenses within here that are directly related to responding to COVID-19, contact tracing with the visiting nurses, for example. Food pantry helps mitigate impacts. And so in talking to Bruce and Mark Grills, we kind of worked through it, and the total was originally, this is the traditional amount, 60,000. It was a $10,000 ad this year for a total of 70. And if there was a way to add back approximately half, 30 to 35,000 of that, then we could continue working with some of those programs that are impactful related to the COVID-19 response. These are the community service cuts. One thing you wouldn't find in here is the recreation offset. That's another considered another fund that we have to budget. And so that largely depends upon receipts. Procedurally, we're okay moving forward with that budget, but we can only spend obviously up to the degree we get any revenues associated with it, which likely will be significantly less than what we typically have. Public safety, again, this is an area that I know is sensitive to not only the police and fire chiefs, but also yourselves and the public. The only things that we took here were where we could take out new additions to the budget for FY21, we did. That's these two items here. And then the other items that were reduced were out of public safety overtime, being the probably most discretionary things that you could control out of those $7 million plus budgets. I won't comment more. I know Chief Frederickson probably has some comments they'd like to make, and I'll let him make those. But that's what we contemplated, and that's what we did. And if you'd like to do something different in that regard, you're welcome to do that as well. And this is kind of makes up the rest of the changes. So these all tie back into that expenditure summary sheet. So I will go back to that, and so you can get another look. And at this time, I'm going to again see if I can bring in a couple people, department heads, and Ed again as well. All right, still having trouble bringing it in. I invite Ed to come over and take over my seat if he can participate and have some commentary. But at this point, if you have any questions, and I know there's some department heads in attendance, if you could raise your hand if you would like to speak, we could ask the chairman to have you speak as well.
I have a question. I'm going to go back to where we were at the last time. I'd like to make a motion that we do not reduce police and fire overtime or the human services grant. And we also, at the same time, that's $160,000. We task administration in finding alternative cuts to make up for that.
We have a second. Okay, at this point in time, it does not appear that we have a second. Anyone else have any questions or comments on the budget?
So Chairman, we do have a phone caller from Town Hall. If I promoted the panel, they'd raise their hand. Does that happen to be Ed?
Okay,
Yes,
Ed,
Rich.
you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
I can hear you.
We can hear you as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I was able to speak, not just on this issue, but some future issues.
Okay.
I'm all set. Good job, Rich.
Are we expecting to hear from some others, Rich? I thought you had mentioned that we had some other folks that wanted to speak. Or did I misunderstand?
I thought there perhaps might be. I would invite anyone that's on the call. I see Chief Frederickson, Jeff Colby, Karen Green, and some other town staff are on the call. So to the extent they have something to participate, or if you have any questions that they can answer, I'd be happy to promote them to answer the question.
Can I just make a couple of observations, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman? I'm very sympathetic to the motion offered by Tracy. And I'm also aware that, our town department heads have been running lean for quite some time. And given the current situation, there's a lot on their plates. And this has put this pandemic has put a lot of pressure on town employees and the town departments. And then as we look at this situation, I don't think anybody takes any joy or any comfort in having to make some very, very difficult financial decisions. I know I've been wrestling with this, as I'm sure other board members have, for quite a while. This is very tough. This is very difficult. And then we just recently got the news on the state budget that they're looking at even a bigger hole. That they were looking at somewhere like $3 to $5 billion in reductions, and now they're looking at closer to 6 and maybe slightly more. And that's very concerning, because when the state has to make cuts, we're usually the local communities, when it comes to state aid or education aid, we're usually the ones that are getting hit right off the bat. So I think our challenge is coming forward with the budget that obviously nobody has a crystal ball, but we have to make the best judgments that are, none of which are good. They're all, it's a question of the options that we have, most of which we don't like. Of the options, how do we best deal with this? And the news we're getting hasn't gotten any better. It's actually getting worse. So I'm very concerned about taking items off the table now. I'm open to maybe revisiting them later, but at the moment, it's a pretty tough environment. It's a very, very difficult situation, and it's going to be a difficult one to manage. I'm open to other suggestions, but at the moment, I don't think we have any good options here, Mr. Chairman. I really don't.
Anyone else?
I'd like to ask a question about the OPEB
Go ahead.
reductions. What do those represent?
So as you recall, a number of years ago, probably 5 or so now, we had provided within the budget for the inspectional services department to within their fee structure to provide for paying of some OPEB funding of some OPEB costs on the catch up of the ARC, the required contribution. And so I will share my screen and point those out just so we are specific. So in those two departments, those were part of what was reduced. And those, along with the free cash, along with the contributions from the enterprise funds, were what funded our ARC on the last couple of years. The enterprise funds currently still have those in their budgets, but for the general fund operation and municipal inspections, this line item here and this line item here are impactful financially, overall financially for the organization, but less impactful as far as a immediate budget impact for a 1-year period.
I didn't understand the explanation. What is the total amount that's been removed from OPEB funding?
So those two amounts, and
I thought I saw 3 or 4.
Let me see here. If Ed can recall off the top of his head where they might be, but there's those two amounts. I believe that's it, Selectman Holcomb.
Yeah,
Of course.
that is it. There's still funding in water, golf, as well as sanitation, but we've also eliminated the free cash allocation at this point in time. Again, potentially to be revisited in November.
Yeah, the large portion of our ARC was funded from free cash, and I didn't show the slide, but perhaps I will right now. The whole slate of our free cash has been deferred. Well, that's our suggestion at any rate. And we still have the free cash, and it will carry over absent any other impacts. But the idea would be, here's what we had planned. And if it was a good plan before, perhaps it'll still be a good plan in the fall. And if once we get better clarity as to what we have in front of us, perhaps we would vote it to do those items at that point.
Okay, well, I see what you're doing. I think it's just fooling ourselves. We're just sweeping it under the rug. Those are real costs. And, so, that's smoke and mirrors at this point.
So what was the total of those amounts, Rich? And the OPEB that's been eliminated?
Well, the free cash amount was the big amount. And that's obviously not necessarily a recurring source. It has been recently, but isn't guaranteed to be. But out of the levy, it was these two amounts here, 17,150 and 27,440 were the two amounts. They're all, everything here is real costs that's being cut. I mean, to my earlier point, I'm happy to take any direction the board wants us to take. The only caveat is you got to maintain a balanced budget. So if there's something here you don't like, we can certainly do something else. but, it does need to be an offset.
Well, there's the sanitation OPEB right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's good. Thank you. Sorry, Norm. Sanitation is in the levy.
Is what?
Sanitation was another funding source of OPEB within our
Right.
levy.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is, when we can pull those amounts out of the budget and it all comes home to roost. It's still out there. Those are liabilities. And, we had made a policy statement before. I guess we're going back on the policy statement. So I won't vote for it.
Anyone else? We're gonna have other opportunities to review this, right?
Well, next opportunity is June 2nd at the public hearing for the budget. We'll provide updated budget book information for you based on the meeting feedback tonight.
So far, we had two problematical areas that selectmen have voiced concern about. There may be others by then.
I've got three that we can, try to figure out, but points are taken. Public safety overtime, OPEB, and
But
human
isn't
service
training
funding.
part of that overtime? Don't they use that overtime to train for mandated training? I mean, it's not like it's not just overtime. It's overtime that they use to train our public safety. Am I wrong?
They have a training account for that.
Oh, separate from this.
Yeah.
So this is not training funds.
I didn't, and Frank's raising his hand, and I'll promote him to answer the question as well, but I wasn't specific in saying it had to be training or other overtime or reduced PAC unit or reduced anything.
Well, in this, last week it said training.
Okay.
Oh, I think last week it was, I brought up the idea that we have to go back to the police and identify, same thing with fire, how much the training liability is associated with it, So, I mean, as I've explained to the department heads, this is a situation where everybody's got to tighten the belt to make the situation equitable as close as possible without getting into staff cutting. So that being said, because there's so much unknown at this point, nobody should look at like this is the final decision as it relates to where their budget situation is. As we move through the summer months and into the fall, we'll know a little bit more than we do today. And certainly like we do every year, there's some deficits that occur during the course of the year. And we address those with available funds. I don't see this as being a lot different. I know some department heads will see it differently because since I've been here, nobody's wanted to take a cut backwards because they took a cut backwards 10 years ago and they never thought they got back forward. So these aren't going to be arguments you're going to hear new. I would say one that I'm most sympathetic personally of is the human services one, only because of this is a human services or a human catastrophe going on to some degree here. We need a lot of nurse and mental health assistance. So that would be one where, they're on the front lines every day. I think, to the point with police and fire, if they're running short during the course of the upcoming year, there's available funds potentially that we could make a change to alleviate that. But I mean, if you can't, and we've said this before, if you can't take a $50,000 cut somewhere within a budget of $7 million, starting in the beginning of the fiscal year, then where do you actually cut then? I mean, those are the two biggest budgets in the town.
You know,
Chief, you're on the panel.
if we challenged, right now in the fire department and police department budgets, I agree with Tracy. I'm sensitive to the needs of the department to fulfill or to utilize the funds that have been allocated previously, and to maintain the work that we know is going on anyways. But I guess the challenge is if we said to the departments, look, we'd rather not cut staff, but we've got to find some payroll savings because we've run out of ideas for reducing funding otherwise. And how much overtime? I mean, if you look at fire department, we've got $1.5 million of overtime, and police department, we've got $800,000 or $900,000 of overtime. And that's $2.5 million of overtime spending. Would the departments find some way to reduce that as opposed to cutting people out of the budget? I mean, those are the biggest two departments that we have. And, I would think that in both situations, they would look at that and say, we hate to do that. We think we need the overtime, but I think the challenge has got to be out there.
During the course of the year, when we have a lot of personnel movement in those two departments, so every time a senior officer, whether it's fire, police, retires, we pick up somebody new, there's a savings and appropriation that occurs there. There's often savings that occur from the lag time to get somebody on board. So on any given year, I don't know what the dollar value is offhand, but there's a lot of fluidity that develops in the normal appropriation for regular salary accounts. And, to the extent that, you're tightening the belt $50,000 starting July 1, in the grand scheme of 12 months of operation, I don't see that to be overly problematic personally. Subsequently to that, when somebody retires, we don't replace them. What's a better alternative? And try to ride out the year with, I don't know how many retirements we had this past year, but maybe each department had maybe three apiece, and we wouldn't hire back. And you run a little bit more lean than you normally would. Luckily, we're in a very low LOD environment right now, so the overtime situation's as best as it's been in many, many years now.
Well, early retirement options is something that should be on the table as well, something we should consider.
I mean, I think looking at legitimate ways to reduce spending without cutting people out of it is, the first avenue typically to take in a spending reduction. And I would think that it would be less burdensome to the departments to take overtime out than to cut staff. And I understand, Dan, what you're saying is, well, we have some people leave, we're just not going to replace them right away. But I think the additional challenge needs to go out to them. We've got to find additional funding savings.
Well, and two, you want to talk about overrides for public safety in our history. And I understand what you're saying, Dan, but time and time again, our taxpayers have come to bat. They're the ones out there working 24/7 right now on the front lines, and they're going to work every day. And when people look at that and see what they're doing, I think my comments are a representation of the public. So
I won't disagree with you, except for the fact that, how many of the local folks are now unemployed and don't have a job? How many are up against it with a mortgage? I mean, this is a calamity of, colossal proportion none of us have ever seen before. And to sit there and say we can't find $50,000 off two $7 million appropriations in July 1, and personally, as a manager, that's problematic to me, because if we decide that we have to reinstall $50,000, that means somebody else somewhere else is going to have to take it off. So now where do we go? What is it that we're not spending?
I can tell you that they're the ones working 24/7, 365, while our other town employees may not be. And
I
I'm not,
understand that, but you know, it was like in the case of the police and their expense budget, it's just a little over $200,000. So there's not a lot of expense related money there. And most of the rest of the departments are very, very lean. You know, Rick Kelly, when he was here, he would tell me he never got back 7 highway drivers. And look at what DPW goes through, you know, and I mean, everybody here in town, every department is got leftover scars from 10 years ago. And, you know, I think if we're short somewhere along the way, you know, you've got a lot of debt service going out to the taxpayers now that the town hasn't seen in the past. You've got some more potentially coming with a election on June 30th. I frankly think that, you know, at this early stage of this pandemic financial situation, people would expect that we tighten the belt. And like I said, I don't think in July 1, finding $50,000 in either one of those budgets is a huge challenge personally.
clearly.
Hey, can you hear me? This is Frank.
Hello, Frank.
Hey, first of all, appreciate this difficult time you're going through. And I want to let you know that I spoke with Chief Simonian also. We want to be part of the team to get through this and just take our time with this. And sometimes when I'm looking at this from the work you're doing, and Rich and Ed and Dan and the position you're in, it's almost like we got to take a breath for a minute, because we got a lot ahead of us. 50,000, with all due respect, we're already at that limit. We struggle every year to meet what we can to give the best service for the community that we can. And, you know, our budget is like a whack-a-mole. When we get holes, sometimes there are injuries, sometimes there's gaps in hiring for a lot of reasons. And we have to move our funding and overtime all around. But part of the team player, I get it. I understand we're trying to do this. We're trying to like protect our bond rating and not touch the reserves, because God, we don't want to do that. We want to try to take care of it within the budget. And I'm willing, I mean, I talked with Dan and Rich about this to try to come up with solutions during the course of the year. There may be some opportunities, but I just don't want to see everybody get fractured over this. But 50,000 is a lot of flexibility within our own budget. But we need to somehow make that up. And I'm willing to work and do whatever has to be done. I've been through this before, 2008, 2009, and the decade it takes to finally get to this year. Finally get to this year when it looks like we got, you know, a smooth pond across. And all of a sudden, wham, we're all in this together again. I'd like to look at this a little bit more positive. This came suddenly, but I like to think it's going to end a lot quicker than it did in 2008, 2009. We're just getting done. We're just finishing getting that done now. So I think we just need to like slow down a little bit, in my opinion, and take it a little bit one step at a time. I'm willing to work with you, but just keep us in the front of your mind. I appreciate the support you always give us, but this is a big deal. I know it sounds like just 50,000 out of a $7 million budget, but that is like something we've already been, you know, struggling to make it work. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. But I appreciate the tough chores you have ahead of you.
Thank you, Chief.
I guess,
Anyone else? Before we move on.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention, you know, if there's opportunities moving forward, I kind of rushed through that presentation. I anticipate I'll probably have some questions to follow up on in the coming days, and I'll do that. And I'll work with Ed to pull together the budget book. But we have been taking steps now. And one of the things I'll be getting out shortly is, you know, regardless of the cuts, we're moving forward into FY21 with freezes on, you know, substantial spending, including hiring freezes and salary personnel actions that we can manage as we can manage them. So for example, we have, at this point, have furloughed part-time and provisional employees at a savings of about $32,000 a month. That's part of the $500,000 hiring freeze savings that we're projecting. And that might present an opportunity if we can stabilize in the upcoming year to adjust mid-year any of these things that are needed or important. I would be remiss to say that we're not going to sit here tonight and probably on June 2nd and say we have all the answers. This is going to be a work in process as we move forward.
Dan, next is the beach access plan. Is that the next item?
Yeah, it's, the hour's getting late here, but we have a revised beach access plan for you to review. It's, we had the draft guidelines issued last week. We amended them quickly yesterday and today. Pat Armstrong and Jeff Colby went in front of the Board of Health last night, and they're here tonight to update you as to how our beach plan looks like in respect to the governor's COVID-19 instructions. And I think everybody should be pleased in that it gives us a lot of local latitude, if you will, to address the COVID-19 issue. So I'll turn it over to Jeff and Pat.
Okay. Do you have them on? There's Jeff. Jeff, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great.
Is Pat on? Yeah, there's Pat. She's muted. Okay, Jeff, do you want to speak?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I just wanted, Dan did a great job with talking about the recent release of the beach guidelines for managers. That was just yesterday. We went through that. Pleasantly surprised that it was much simpler than some previous drafts that had been considered. Definitely providing the municipalities with more flexibility, which is very encouraging. And but there are a number of beach policy questions we wanted to get before you. So Pat and I worked on this memo that was sent to you earlier, and there are some key questions. I'll step through this pretty quickly, but I did underline the questions because it's very important for us to get the feedback from the board. We know you have some very strong feelings with regards to opening of the municipal facilities and restrictions that have been placed on those. Just so that it can kind of spell out the different responsibilities in parks, which falls within DPW, the parking area and the restrooms are part of the infrastructure. So those are components that I'm certainly focused on, and Pat will be able to speak to the recreation components related to lifeguards and activities and things of that such. But with that said, it's important to note that what we do at the beaches is we're paying for parking. I know an earlier speaker was concerned about different stickers or beach stickers and that type of thing, but it's important to note as part of our process, we're paying for parking. So that's what people are doing. And we can start that, and we're prepared to start that as early as this weekend. It's worth noting that in phase 1 of the governor's reopening plan, he allows beach activities to resume on May 25th of this weekend. But one of the questions we have for the board is, when would you like us to begin that process of charging for parking, lifeguards on the beach, that type of thing? Different communities have taken different stands on this. Some have decided to defer for a period of time, but at least as far as collection of the fee associated with parking, we're prepared to do that as early as this weekend. We also have 2.5 custodians that clean the beach bathrooms for us, and they're also available to start that process this weekend as well, which is important because one of the components that we need to address is increased cleaning of the restrooms. What's required in the state guidance is to clean a daily cleaning by the staff and a deep cleaning of once a week. And so we're certainly prepared to do that. There's other items related to parking and capacity at the beaches. Again, as I mentioned, we're pleasantly surprised that we weren't required to block off every other spot or mark off 50% of the space in the beach parking lot, because that would be problematic for us just to, physically mark those off and have the capabilities with cones and barricades and barrels and things like that to do so. So not having that requirement in there is very helpful. But with that said, there needs to be a very high level of communications between our parks beach supervisors and the lifeguards at each beach, especially heading into this season, this summer, because of the beach capacity issues. There's still throughout the governor's requirement to be a 6-foot social distancing requirement, but there is also a component that I think the community has some flexibility on with regards to a 12-foot minimum separation between groups and beach blankets and things like that. And so one of the questions we have for the board is what would you like to see? Would you like to see the 12-foot minimum separation maintained, or just a 6-foot social distancing requirement? That's certainly one of the items. Another item is related to beach users, and that is they still need to maintain the 6-foot social distancing separation, but do we want to allow organized games, even if it's just can jam or spike ball or bocce, those types of things were referenced specifically in the beach manager's guidelines, and the state guidance is not to include that, but that certainly is something that, because it's not a strict prohibition, I think it's up to the individual communities as to how far you want to go with those particular games. So those are some of the items. We also have in that memo that was transmitted to you earlier today, some sample signage that we'd like to talk with the board about and get your support for. It is signage that denotes the major components associated with keeping 6-foot social distancing, wearing a mask if that social distancing is not possible, and also to avoid touching, such as handshaking, hugging. Crowds need to be avoided as well. So it's relatively generic signage, but it does indicate some of the components associated with the restrictions for COVID-19. With that said, I'm happy to turn that over to Pat to see if she has any additional items she wants to add.
Thank you, Jeff. Having just received the final lists of these from the governor on Monday, we were prepared to, at a higher level, now that we see that there's more community input. There are a few things. We've had a freeze on hiring and waiting for these regulations to come forward and for the board to make decisions. So we've only opened up hiring today. We have about 30 guards on staff. There is a definite concern on training within the new COVID concerns. We'd like to hold off on putting the guards on the beach until the 13th of June, which is really just 5 days less than what we've done previously. On the holiday weekends, especially the beginning and Memorial Day and the first 2 weekends of June, it's cold, the water's cold, people aren't in. We used that time a lot for training, but it was more physical activity training, evaluating strokes and getting the guards running. And I think we'll use that now to do a lot more role playing so that we become ambassadors for educating and less about enforcement. So one of our recommendations would be to hold off until the 13th of June. I know Dennis is going to be holding off till then. Barnesville's actually been holding off to the 27th is the last piece of information I heard. And other towns on the Cape aren't starting before the 13th of June. So we would be in time with our neighbors. We've been looking to upgrade our first aid and our procedures for first aid, because now where we used to help with jellyfish stings and band-aids and scrapes and bruises, that can't happen. We need to do some additional training on personal contact and cleansing afterwards if we do rescues. And there's a whole list of new criteria. On the line is Amy Howell, who will be directly overseeing the beaches. She worked hard on this plan that we put together, and along with Dave Carlson and Kevin Buckland from the Parks Department. And we hope that you're pleased with it and look forward to hearing what your recommendations will be from the questions posed in Jeff's and my memo.
Pat, what's the normal date that you staff the beaches?
Well, when we could find them, we would put the guards on weekends, starting Memorial Day until the third weekend in June. So now instead of staffing those weekends, we're going to hold off until the 13th of June and use that time for training instead of putting them up on chairs.
Okay.
That's what we'd like to do, sir, if you're comfortable with it.
You said you had 30 guards on staff. What's the best case scenario if you could staff all the beaches? What would that number come to?
52.
52. Okay.
That would include a number of upgrades to Seagull, which we've diminished because of the plover situation. That would give us Dennis Pond with guards again, which we haven't had for a number of years. And in your memo, I'm not sure you saw Amy's recommendations, but based on now, we think they're coming back. They said they were coming back, but just today we had 2 guards back out. So we're still looking to see who will commit. They're concerned about being exposed. And so it was a father-son team and they backed out today.
Do you anticipate problems in getting more lifeguards as the beaches open up over the summer?
I don't know how families will react to having the kids out. I know that I'd rather be out in the fresh air than in a air conditioning employment area. So I would feel better being outside. There's a 12-foot separation between the guards and the public that has been outlaid in the rules. And I've had probably 6 or 8 inquiries in the last 2 weeks. Amy has had for new guards who are interested in working or being trained so that they can work.
I know this next question is going to be difficult, but based on your experience with the beaches, in terms of the volume of people who we traditionally have come to the Cape, and who knows what's going to happen this year, do you have a recommendation as to whether or not the social distancing on the beach should be 6 feet, 12 feet, or any other measure? I know it's a tough question. I'm just asking you for your gut response to it, because I know we've never faced this before.
We haven't, and there's different philosophies on should we be exposed and start seeing who really is. It should be exposed and shouldn't. Are the kids all going to be exposed once they get to school? So how are they going to be on the beach? All of those things. I'm not comfortable making that. That's why we brought it to you. Whichever way we go, we're going to try to make people as safe and healthy as possible. And we're going to be clear with them and educate them when we feel they're doing something that's more at risk than they should be doing.
That was bad time.
Pardon me?
What an answer.
I don't know what else to say.
I'm not writing anything down.
Yeah, that is amazing. Are you saying that I'm not sure I'm the one that should say we should put them 12 feet apart or we should put them 6 feet apart. That doesn't have to do with lifeguarding. That does to do with public health. That's more of a Bruce answer than a my answer.
So do you think that it's likely we'll have to have certain beaches unguarded this summer?
I do.
And do you have any kind of, or have you thought about it, any kind of priority system, which beaches you would not put lifeguards on that traditionally you had staff with lifeguards?
Yes, sir. Rich, if you could activate Amy, she has a plan in mind based on number of guards that she could quickly answer that question for the chairman.
Is Amy on?
She's joining.
Can you hear me?
You're on, Aim.
So we've put together a couple different options, mainly because we didn't know really what our budget would be once this all came to fruition. Kind of looking at where we're at now, we're probably going to be around 30 to 35 guards. So right now for our plan, if it continues to move forward with those numbers, we would first remove Seaview Beach. It's one of the lesser populated beaches, less busy, number of people that can be there. That's what we've removed in the past when we've had to. The next question would be Flax Pond, which is tough. Ponds people think are less dangerous, but they're actually more dangerous just because people let their guards down. So I would hesitate to remove from Flax, especially if the beaches fill up quickly. A lot of people will head over to Flax once they find out there's no enforcement or guards or anything going on over there. So if we really had to, for us, it would be Seaview, and then Residence Beach would be our kind of last resort if we lose guards and don't have enough. Those would be the two that we would remove guards from.
Okay.
We find at the larger beaches, Mr. Chairman, such as South Middle Residence Beach, that often there are many people, and we've never, most often when we do a rescue at that beach, it's a medical concern. There are 2 ER nurses and 4 doctors sitting within the grouping at the beach that live here. So we say residents only because we know that our local residents who are medical staff utilize that beach quite heavily, and we feel if there is an emergency, we have a better chance of someone being there than, say, Parker's River Beach, which is a lot of foot traffic in from the local cottage rentals in that area.
What about parking and the number of cars that are admitted to a particular parking lot and the correlation that has with the number of people who are on the beach at a given time? Are you going to have any kind of system where somebody's like watching the beach and seeing how crowded it is or isn't and reporting back to those in the parking lot as to whether or not to admit cars? Or are you just going to say, hey, we'll take people until we fill it up?
Well, posed in your questions, I think was something of that nature, but we aren't restricted now in parking spaces per se, but we certainly still have that restriction of 12 feet or 6 feet. So that question posed in the memo by from Jeff and I will help us determine how we interpret how many people are on the beach, right? So you come with your 2 daughters and their spouses and kids. So now you're a group of 6 or 7. And maybe a neighbor, an 8 or 9, you're allowed to be there. But you're taking up a smaller space as a group of 9 than 9 couples that need to have 6 feet around them. So that we're going to have to train the roving beach directors and the head guard at each beach to do an assessment on the beach of how they feel the crowding's going and what they're seeing in terms of activity and numbers of spots and space. And at some point in time, they're going to call the adult in charge beach director who will relay and speak to the full-time employee in charge of the parking lots who's working that day. And they'll assess if we need to shut down access to the parking until other people leave because they don't feel there's adequate space on the beach. It's not a pleasant option, but we don't know of how else to address it, sir.
No, I can appreciate the difficulty of that. I really can.
Especially if you're the first car in line and you want to get in that beach. And it's Mike Stone, we have to say, sorry, you got to wait.
I'm used to that. They typically do tell me that.
Yeah, I think I might remember that.
Being a selectman doesn't mean anything when you're trying to get into a crowded beach.
Well, so anyway, that's one piece. So if we have to have that kind of a system, then I guess the other is the last note on that beach operations plan presented by us, is that it's time to discuss Bass Hole. Bass Hole, the overcrowding, the limited parking, the parking down Center Street, the low tide, which almost eliminates the beach. And with having just lifeguards on the beach and no one in the parking lot to control access through parking, we feel that it's really dangerous for the guards. And it's going to be a very difficult and even more difficult spot because it's free. So when the beaches are closed and you can't get elsewhere, people are going to try to head up there. And right now we know that it's already overcrowded when we had no control. So I don't know if you want to consider Bass Hole and some of the other beaches that have some stresses to be residents only, like South Middle. That certainly is something you can consider for a short term. It doesn't have to be a permanent decision, but it might help in this process. And these are all uncomfortable issues that I know we've talked to, but I know there's passionate answers on both sides. But my concern is, I don't think the lifeguards who can't even see the parking lot or the roadway with their backs to it as they're working at the Bass Hole can control crowding and issues up there. And I know Amy feels strongly about it as well.
Yeah, I see that in your memo. You mentioned there's no gate attendants. And it'd be extremely difficult to manage social distancing at that beach. And one way to limit that would be to limit the parking area to residents only. So given that you don't have to have a sticker to get to Bass Hole, how are we going to know who the residents are?
Now we're asking,
sticker?
I think we're asking for stickers, just like you need a sticker to go to the residents only beach at South Middle.
Okay. I know I've asked a lot of questions. I want to go to the board. Norm, do you have any questions?
A lot.
Right, that's why I'm calling on you first.
Well, the focus seems to be on parking. And I think that really ignores the fact that an awful lot of people are going to walk in. I mean, you know, we have that at all the beaches. And, you know, if you go to the beaches by car, as my wife and I do, and when our grandkids are here, we go by car, except to Bass Hole. Then you see people walking in, you see whole groups of people. I mean, I can't imagine trying to control that at this stage. And I think, you know, just we'll create a nightmare for ourselves. As far as Bass Hole is concerned, you know, I'm not going to tell my grandkids they can't go down to the beach after they've traveled 3,000 miles to get here. No way. You know, so, you know, if the resistance is to, I'm not sure what the resistance is, but I'm sure there are many other people in this neighborhood, as well as on this side of Route 6A that would say, hey, you know, I've got guests coming all the time, and we go to that beach regularly. You telling me I can't bring my friends and relatives down to the beach? You know, it's going to be riotous.
You mentioned that.
And I think that we'll create a public safety issue of monumental proportions.
So what do you recommend, Mr. Holcomb? How do we handle it?
How do you handle what?
Any kind of crowd control, because the only option besides us trying to influence access is the state coming and shutting us down. Because we can't social distance, just like California closed their beaches once they opened them, and then they couldn't maintain social distancing through any kind of system. And so they closed them down for a week or so until people learned that if they didn't try to coordinate and cooperate, then we might not have that access. So, sir, I work at your pleasure and the pleasure of the community. I'll do what you want me to do, but there are repercussions if we don't somewhat follow the social distancing, because we're still in a major pandemic. So I'm trying as best I can to be creative and helpful. I understand your concerns and respect your opinion. So as a staff person, I'm asking you as the leader, what do I do then, sir? How do I run this? After 30 years of doing it, I've given you my best. And if it's not enough, help me find it.
Can't answer your question. I don't know the answer to that either. We're in unusual times, but what I do know is that if all we plan to do is place restrictions, new restrictions on the use of the beaches, I think we're asking for difficulties. And if we suddenly change the rules, and one day people can't get into beaches on one side of the Cape, and the next day they'll show up at the other side. They'll be back and forth, and they'll just be aggravated, and they'll start taking it out on somebody. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that.
Let's back up for a minute and ask a preliminary question that I think will bear on this. Under the governor's current guidelines or guidance, as he calls it, are we required for when people go to the beach that they distance themselves for at least 6 feet?
Yes.
Yes.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. So that's they're recommending 12 feet, but you got to do it at 6 feet. Now, I know it, I know enforcement is going to be a big issue, and I know, there's all kinds of hurdles you're going to have to deal with respect to that, people that are just obnoxious or won't abide by whatever rules are laid down or whatever. But aside from that, so carving out in your mind those six-foot areas, that is going to place some limitations on the amount of people that can occupy a beach at the peak times of the season.
Yes, sir.
I mean, even as it is, I could tell you several weekends, and I understand that's part of what happens in the summer, but I've gone down the south side beaches, and like you can't get a parking space.
That's right.
So, but we may get a fall off with the numbers this year. You might not have as many people. But if you do have a big swell of people, you're going to have to make sure that they're, in my understanding of the government, where we stand with the governor's orders, we're going to have to make sure they're 6 feet apart at least.
Yes, but all those questions posed to you in our memo this evening that Jeff and I presented are your alternatives to make decisions on. So if you could address those questions and one by one that go through that memo, it will at least help us continue to create a plan. And Amy actually, along with Dave Carlson and his foreman at Parks, Kevin Buckland, went out and used Google Earth and actually measured the square footage of the beaches and set a chart about of how many people we think could be on the beach, and it's available. And she could speak to that to you, to the difference if you waited for 12 feet than if you went down to 6 feet is significant, but it's still less than we probably usually see on the beach.
I'm glad we have Eric on this board, because I think you're going to have to be an architect to figure this out.
I think there's way too many variables. I mean, if you've got a bunch of individual people going, or if you have families, as Pat has already identified, they're totally different scenarios. And to some extent, or to the extent possible, people need to use their own judgment. I mean, that's one thing. I know if I go and there's not enough room that I don't feel comfortable sitting there, I'm going to leave. And I think most people at this point in time, if they feel it's a dangerous scenario, they're going to do the same. So self-policing, I think, is very important in this. So, regardless of the rules that we put, to Norm's point, people are going to do crazy things. And I certainly hope we don't expect our lifeguards to be doing anything other than keeping their eyes on the water and doing what they're supposed to be doing. So
we've really been focused, Tracy, on educating, not enforcing, and having handouts and signage available. And the lifeguards do need to keep their eye on the water because there's other issues out there, not just swimmers who might be in danger, but we've been dealing with shark issues for concerns for the last few summers now, and they're still there.
Absolutely.
And so, and it's been a cold a cold spring and they like the water colder, so they'll be here a little earlier until they go away and then come back later in September. So, you know, we want to do the best we can, but your guidance on these questions will make a major difference. And we're not going to ask these young people to put themselves in harm's way. We will educate and walk away. And if we feel it's really a problem, we'll call upon support from whatever source is available to give us backup if it gets to that point.
Well, I mean, I think we've seen it already in stores when people aren't wearing their mask, or the people will make comments and they'll deal with it or they'll move away. But I do think self-responsibility is a key component in working with this. And, you know, regardless of what we put in place, like you said, California had to change. I mean, hopefully it's not at a state level, but, you know, perhaps we need to revisit them. And just because we make a decision now, it doesn't mean that it can't be changed in the future as we go along. And the other point that Norm made that I think is right, we may have to change as the season picks up. And right now, from what I'm hearing from the hotels, there's not a whole lot of bookings, but you know, that could change. So we could be making an issue out of something that we're not even going to see this year. A lot of people may not feel comfortable going to the beach at all.
And they might not be here till July again because of that concern. And I think the phases will come in. It's 3 weeks to the next phase, which could be heading right into July 4th. So these stricter issues could be just preliminary until we all kind of get used to that. And then the governor might open up and you all might feel more comfortable relaxing those restrictions even more. But we need somewhere to start because we can't plan unless we have a point to start.
When you talk about staffing the beaches on the 13th, Pat, you're talking about not just lifeguards, but attendants that collect money and so forth, right?
Jeff's crew, exactly.
Okay, so they would just be left alone until the 13th.
Jeff's crew, as he said to you, and if you read the memo in front of you, one of the first questions is, would you like us to start collecting on Memorial Day weekend? And if not, that's up to you. But as of the 13th, we're ready to, Amy, I don't want to speak out of term, but I think you and I agree that by the 13th, we feel we can have enough of a crew here and to start opening the larger beaches because the colleges have closed and a lot of the internships of the kids who weren't coming back aren't going to be followed up this summer. So they're available starting now so we can use our 3 weeks time to train them correctly.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could add to that briefly, it's Jeff again. We're prepared to start collecting and cleaning bathrooms and having bathrooms open and available as of this Memorial Day weekend. So if you would like to delay that, that's fine, but we're ready if that's the decision.
Okay. I think that recommendation to defer staffing of the beaches until the 13th is reasonable, consistent with what everybody else seems to be doing, and gives you additional time to try to get more staff and also train the staff that you do have.
Is that just for lifeguards though, or is that for gate attendants as well?
Everybody.
Lifeguards.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Mike. I think what potentially could be an issue is, I understand the lifeguard scenario and training them, but we may want to, starting the weekend of maybe the 29th, start to, at least on the weekends, do the gates. Because what I'm afraid of is if the other towns charge at the gates and we don't, we are really going to have an influx of people. So,
Are the other towns going to be having gate attendants there, Pat?
I believe I've been told that the lifeguard situation is being delayed, but they're of the 14 towns that responded to the survey, they are saying they're saying that they'll be collecting starting Memorial Day weekend. Now this is a week and a half old information, so I don't know if it's changed since the new criteria came out. We're going to meet tomorrow morning in a Zoom call with the state about the regulations for a Q&A, and at that point I can ask them again. I know Harwich is starting June 27th with guards. Dennis is starting on June 13th with guards. It was more guards and not booth attendants that I asked the question of.
If we had booth attendants, would they be there consistently during the week or just on the weekends? Between now and the 13th?
Normally, we only charge on the weekends from Memorial Day until the third weekend in June because the children are in school.
Okay, which they're not this year, but.
That's right. So people will be busy 7 days a week at the beach. And we saw that on the good weekend. And the beaches were very busy, even though it was.
If we do have beach attendants there collecting money, what would your recommendation be between now and June 13th? Just on the weekends or consistently?
Jeff?
I'd say just be consistent with the past and do it on the weekends and see how it goes from there. We can take it week by week.
I'd be more
You'd be
comfortable.
saying just have beach attendants there collecting money in the weekends between now and the 13th, Jeff?
Correct.
Okay.
I think waiting until mid-June to start things would be a mistake. I think we need to get our, quote unquote, get our feet wet with this whole thing, and you know, and I think move ahead. We're gonna make some mistakes, and you know, we're gonna have some difficult situations. I don't think we should say it's going to be all roses. You know, and we may have to modify approaches to different things and just act quickly.
And
So
Jeff and I both agree, not only with that, but beg your patience and support as we try as best we can and as professionally as we know, because we might make a mistake and we might overstep. But the last thing we want to do is, you know, to have that come back in a way that's devastating. We're going to try our hardest to be as professional as possible.
all the I know I would ask personally is if we make a mistake, eat humble pie, apologize, be friendly, and say that, you know, we were trying to do our best and just try to deal with it. You know, it's not, everybody's in new territory here. And you know, I think if we try to move ahead and keep things as normal as we can, while at the same time trying to educate people. And you know, I don't know what I hate handing paper out because it'll end up all over the beach. But you know, I think we have to have some consistent method of communicating with people. I don't know how many electronic boards we have around. Do we have enough electronic boards around to have them in every entrance area or half a mile before people get to the beach?
We have three. We have three, sir, presently that are stationed at the Bass Hole, at Seagull, and at Bass River. We haven't plugged them in. The one is at Bass River is plugged in and operating. The one at Seagull is waiting, and the one at Bass Hole is waiting until we make some decisions, because we want to tell people we're going to start charging on a date so that they're prepared and they don't show up at the gate expecting to go in for free, and knowing that, you know, the booth attendants are there. And we want to ask for patience, and that's, if you've gone by, you'll see that at Bass River. So we'll do a plan of public service announcements. We'll do a plan of the boards. We are going to put holders on the back of the lifeguard chair that are the signs, if approved tonight by you, so that until the signs are made and put up, we have something to show people. We're going to put that same information on the information board about wearing a mask, washing your hands, social distancing. But again, I go back to the memo, and if we could address the issues in the memo this evening, it'll give us a starting place to start doing. You know, we'll talk to the chamber. They'll help us advertise. They'll put it out to all the local businesses, so visitors and guests in those establishments will know what's happening at the beaches. We'll have good information on the website. The woman that's redesigned the website is doing it, Angela, an excellent job, and along with Kyle Pedicini, about getting information out on social media and our own town website. We'll do all those things. We've got that in our plan. but we need you to make these choices and decisions for us so we can move forward tonight, please.
Do we have any?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
Pat has politely asked us to address this list at least a half a dozen times. Can we do that?
yes. Let's go down, well,
Thank you.
the first one we got, I think there's agreement, but let's see. Do we all agree that we'll allow the staffing of the beaches with lifeguards be deferred until June 13th, but that there will be collection of the beach fees at all the beaches that we've customarily charged beach fees at, starting this weekend, and do it.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
And do it and do it. Are we going to do it just on weekends, or are we going to do it just on weekends, Pat? We're going to staff that.
It's been our past practice on weekends until the third weekend of June, where we all go full time, 7 days a week.
So you're making that motion, Eric?
I am.
Okay, and I'm going to second it. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor? We're going to go Tracy,
Aye.
Norm,
Aye.
Eric,
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
I vote aye too, so that's unanimous. Now, the next one is, do we, on the beaches, I guess, is the way I understand the government's, the governor's directives, yet we have to have a minimum of 6 foot distancing, and the recommendation is 12 feet. And I guess what Pat would like us to address is, what are we going to do about that? Let's, ideas, Mark.
Can I just provide some input? I mean, I don't go to the beach all that often, but when the grandkids are here for a couple weeks, typically at the beginning of the first 2 weeks of July, we're there every day. We're either here at Bass Hole, or we're at one of the other beaches.
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about so much the residents only sticker at this point. I was more talking about the general spacing on all the beaches.
Let me finish, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead.
But our experience, the first couple of weeks of July are typically the busiest weeks.
Right.
That's when we get traffic backups at Bass Hole. That's when you have traffic backups all around at the various beaches. And but our experience is that people are spaced out pretty well. We're not sitting on top of each other. And very often there are sections of the beach that are wide open. They're often used for games and that sort of thing, but people are pretty well spaced out.
Right.
Maybe we hand out gas balloons with "This is my space," or I kept some sort of saying on a balloon that helps people identify their space. Do something creative to help people conform with our intended regulations.
Well, that's the point. I'm not so much talking about just our intended regulations, but also the ones we're bound by that the governor has imposed, which is a 6 foot distancing, no matter where you are.
I very honestly, I don't think 6 feet is an issue at all for most people on the beach, and I think most people maintain that.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we recognize the governor's outline of 6 feet and we do nothing about it. How are you going to enforce it? You're going to have an 18-year-old lifeguard go and tell people that they need to move their chair 6 or 8 inches? You're going to create a disaster, and you're going to put those kids in positions that they don't deserve to be in. You can put up a sign saying these are the guidelines, and then you have to leave it to people to be personally accountable and responsible. If people want to get into fights, they can call the police. I don't want lifeguards being enforcement agents of any of the governor's mandates. We can post the guidelines, and I think we've done our duty, and that's it.
I'll second Eric's motion. I agree with him. I think there's a level of responsibility that we have, but trying to send out people to enforce these regulations or these recommended distances is just going to be almost impossible. And I think we'll just make our lives very, very difficult in the long run.
Mark?
What's the question?
The motion, there's a motion by
I
Eric.
understand. I vote aye.
So you're supporting. How about you,
Yep.
Tracy?
Aye.
Okay, so
Aye.
so I got Tracy's an aye, Norm's an aye, Eric is an aye, right?
Everybody died except for you.
Mark's an aye, and I'm an aye, so that's unanimous.
6 feet. Thank you very much. That's clear.
With no enforcement.
We heard that. Thank you, sir. That's very clear and helpful. Now, the next question is about organized games. The concept of organized games and the concerns about restricting organized games is that the virus would be on the shared piece of equipment utilized to play those games. So from volleyball to bocce to, I don't know what slam cam or whatever that is. I think.
Game jam.
Yeah, no idea. I'm sorry. I'm still into redneck horseshoes, so we'll just have to stay there. But anyway, they don't want you sharing the equipment because they feel that's a way that the virus will be passed and we'll not be sanitizing that equipment. So that's why they're asking for a restriction, and we actually have taken down the volleyball nets. Do you want us to enforce that no games on the beach, or do you want us to ignore it? That's up to you.
Well, the volleyball, not only that, but you would get people playing on the same side of the net that would be within 6 feet of each other, clearly.
Absolutely.
Typically, as far as I recall, other than the volleyball nets at Smuggler's Beach, which are kind of separate from the beach area, I don't think we've typically allowed beach these kinds of activities on the beach, have we?
Yeah, I mean, we stopped the kite flying. Remember, we were the no fun town for a long time. Our entire set of 37 rules started with no on every line. So people play spike ball all across it. They throw a football. We don't have room for soccer. Kadima's that paddle game with the wooden paddles, and people are playing that often down on the water line. I haven't seen a lot of bocce, but I know there has been some. So games are played. But the reason,
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion that we allow games to the extent that people are comfortable in the environment in which they're playing those games. And if they're not comfortable, they are welcome to not play.
Well, I don't know. I kind of feel like when the ball goes awry, people are running into people's spaces.
I would have a tendency to agree with that. I mean, even normally that's a problem when you're sitting on the beach and kids are playing with footballs and stuff, and they either hit you or come very close to hitting you. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I understand Eric's sentiment, but hopefully this is a short-term thing and we can revisit it. But at this time, I think that it would probably be smart to not allow people throwing footballs.
I would also like to add, I think a part of that is that when you play those games, you're taking up space. And if we're talking about limiting space on the beach, when they're spreading out and playing those games, now you're taking up space for people that, would be sitting down. And so it'd be less people allowed on the beach.
We can always revisit this as the season goes, right?
that's correct, sir. We could do it weekly if you want.
If we find out that, we're not getting the volume of people and there's a lot of wide open spaces, and we can allow stuff like this. But I think for now, the best thing to do is to prohibit games on the beach.
Is that a motion?
How are we going to enforce all that?
Can you mute Eric?
I mean,
please?
I mean, really? Are you going to send out volleyball monitors? Are you going to put up a sign that says, "Don't do this, don't do that, don't do that," and then then somebody does, and you're gonna go out and grab those people and wrestle them and throw them in a car and
I hope
kick
it's
'em
you
off
and
the
I'll
beach?
wrestle you, Norm.
If some person,
Yeah.
Norm, if some person is laying on a blanket and they're 6 feet apart from everybody and a ball is thrown in their area and kids are running over to get the ball and they're within 6 feet of them, they're gonna violate their space and place them at potential risk.
You know, I understand that, and it's gonna happen. And you know what? Try to control a beach environment where you've got kids playing in the sand, doing sand castles. They got all kinds of stuff going on. You got people down in the water throwing various things around, frisbees, footballs, you name it. I mean, and then you're gonna send a lifeguard down or some other employee down to say, don't do this, don't do that, da 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 da. You know,
That has been the practice at the beach for quite a few years, especially around kite flying when the winds are high and at other times. And for those beaches that are smaller where we don't have an isolated place for games to happen, say like Parkers River Beach down on the lower beach level, if they wanted to throw a football, the guards would approach them and tell them to go throw the football on the upper level where there is much more space and clearance away from patrons. So that would not be a new behavior or a new expectation of people going to our beaches because our lifeguards have been doing that. Am I correct in saying that, Amy?
Yeah, we haven't allowed ball playing for years. It's actually pretty common across beaches. So like Pat said, it wouldn't be unprecedented for us to manage that.
I've never seen anybody cautioned.
Well, it's you, sir. We probably never.
You were probably playing, Norm.
We put your picture in the first aid kit so the guards know not to speak to you when you come to the beach.
Never seen it. Yeah.
Anyway, whatever is your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
What's your recommendation on that?
I think our guards can handle it. And I think if it's a family and it's only that family and it's not drawing in other people, we can manage that without upsetting many people at all.
Sounds good.
I think you should allow us to use our judgment on that, sir.
Which would be to take no action at all on that?
Unless we see that it's rising to a level of concern, and we'll bring it back to the board for reconsideration.
Is everybody fine with that?
Well, I think that leads to another issue that you're going to be discriminating against some and not others. Someone's going to say, well, you let them play. Well, you let them play. But if that's what you want to do, I mean, I understand. I hope it works. But I think you'll find that some people are going to be upset that some are being monitored and some aren't.
Mark, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, the question is, would the board, I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said this whole, all these guidelines are discriminating. They're telling you what you can do based on what, there's nothing that isn't discriminatory about this entire thing. So we can't talk about the discrimination issue.
Well, the question that was posed in the memo is, would the board want to allow organized games? And what we're being advised is the answer should be no. So I'm cool with that.
So you're against organized games at this point?
Would we want to allow that? I don't think we want to allow that.
Okay. Tracy, I think you're against that too, right?
At this time.
Do I understand you correctly?
Correct.
All right, and so am I. So somebody make a motion.
I make a motion that we don't allow organized games at this time.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
On the beach.
On the beach. So we'll take a
well, they can go out in the park. They can go out in the parking lot and do it. That'd be all right.
Those are not 6 feet from. Something.
Well, you know what? If they weren't near any other people, I wouldn't, you know, and they weren't creating any hazards to traffic, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I think, you know, and I think aside from the coronavirus, when people go to the beach, they should have some tranquility and not have balls thrown at them or in where they're sitting and stuff like that. So we have a motion, right? Let's take a vote. Tracy,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Norm,
No.
Eric,
Nay.
I vote aye. So that passes by a vote of 3-2.
So what are you gonna do? No activities at the beach?
You're going to allow us to
Which ones are you gonna allow?
use our judgment, Mr. Holcomb, because I don't even know what Cam Jam is, and I guess it's a new big game. So I don't know what to say yes or no to, but Amy has 12 years experience in Plymouth running beaches, and Dave has 30 years here. So we'll handle it. We'll handle it, sir.
Come to Yarmouth, sit still, be quiet.
It goes to you too, Eric. Sit still.
Oh, it's the next thing, restrooms. I think restrooms got to be
But
open.
they're near me anyway.
What did Eric say?
He said, come to
What did he say?
I said, to be anywhere near me anyway.
No one wants to sit near him at the beach anyway, Mr. Chairman.
People give me a wide berth.
Okay, you don't need anything on lifeguards being a minimum of six distant, or 6 feet away from everybody. They got to do that anyway.
I'm trying to figure that. If they go to save somebody, oh no, hey, 6 feet. Jeez.
No, it says in case of an emergency, and I guess that depends on who's drowning, Norm.
Yeah.
That's discriminatory.
This really speaks towards the providing a hand-on first aid and other issues, not so much, black and white. So this gives us permission to say, no, we're not going to, go back and find your mother and bring her here with Band-Aid. Not, I'm not going to clean up your cut and put it on.
I remember a lot of what the kids used to treat as lifeguards with these jellyfish things and stuff like that. Will they be doing that, or will they be referring those kids to their parents?
We'll be handing the first aid equipment to the parent and having the parent apply it to the child.
Okay. So we don't need to take any action on the lifeguard one because that's required anyway. 6, right? Or do you need?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so restrooms is next then. So I think if you're gonna open the beaches, you have to open the restrooms. I think
That's our recommendation, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
that's pretty, and there'll be some kind of measuring for that, this 6-foot distancing.
Yeah, we're looking at visual indicators of, like they've done in the supermarkets and things of that nature, lines on the floor. Pat had a good example of a decal that can be placed on the floor. Things like that will be installed.
All right, the memo says the facilities be cleaned at least once daily by staff and perform deep cleaning and disinfection at least once per week. And follow the EEA COVID-19 outdoor recreational facility restroom cleaning best practices. Are you prepared to do that? Are you ready to go with that now?
Yes, we're prepared to do that now. Yes, it's consistent other than the additional disinfection with what we've done in the past.
Okay. This says that the restrooms were open from 8 to 3:30. Weren't they open later than 3:30? Wasn't it more like 4:30 or 5 o'clock or something like that? Longer?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
Yeah, if you could.
A number of years ago, it was obvious that the beaches became very popular from 3:30 until dusk. And so we put an initiative together where we got electronic locks on all of the restroom doors in the permanent restrooms, and they were open until 8 o'clock. We feel that that's not safe because of the cleaning issue, even though we know that people, and again, this is not for August and September, we can revisit that. But for the first 3 weeks, as we do this process and see how it's going, one, we would feel more comfortable if we could close the bathrooms at 3:30 and not leave them open until 8. And secondly, we would like to adjust the lifeguard schedule to correspond with that schedule, because we feel that when the guards are there and the booth attendants have left and the bathrooms have been locked, that there'll be chaos on the beach as everyone will be running up to the guards asking them to open the bathroom. Before we had the electronic locks, it used to be 4:30, run to the bathroom before the guards left, and the guards sometimes didn't leave till 5 because everybody went. So we need to be clear, we need to advertise the restrooms will close at 3:30, and we feel it's only safe that the guards leave at the same time.
Well, it seemed kind of early, but I mean, I'm not suggesting 8 o'clock at this point, but 4:30.
Your staff works from 8 to 4:30. If you, for the booth attendants are in at 8 and they leave at 3:30. The park staff starts at 7. They do their rounds, and at 3:30, they then bring their deposits to the beach, to the bank, and do their closing. If you want to change that, Mr. Colby and his staff could address that for you.
Jeff, could you do till 4?
Yeah, we can do till 4. Well, we can make that accommodation.
Yeah, I think we should have it open till at least 4 personally, but
I think you're going to hear that they want it at 8, but again, we can only do so much.
yeah. Okay, so on the restrooms discussion, we have a motion that we should open the restrooms.
Do we need that? Was that one? I don't even think that was one of the questions.
Yeah, it wasn't one of the underlined items. We wanted to bring it to the board's attention and just
Okay,
indicate
so
guidelines.
Bass Hole's the last question.
the last one was signage,
No, Bass Hole.
Bass Hole.
But Mr. Chairman, we'd also like to get your input on the signage if you're comfortable with what's proposed.
It hasn't been ordered yet because we've been waiting for your approval to place this order. So the sooner the better, so we can get them and get them posted.
I'll move the proposed signage.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that?
What's the proposed signage? I didn't know.
There was an attachment, you can't put this up, can you?
I didn't see it.
You don't have it.
Okay.
Who's got it?
Tracy.
Tracy's got it up. Can you see that, Norm?
Yeah, I guess so. Where was it?
It was in the
It's on the last page of the memo of Jeff and Pat, dated May 19th. It was like, it was easy to miss because it was the very last page.
Okay.
It says, stay safe, Yarmouth. Remember these tips while at the beach. And it has 2 figures with arrows going both ways saying, keep your distance 6 feet. Please wear a mask if social distancing is not possible. Shows a figure of a person with a mask. Avoid touching in crowds. And it has handshakes with a circle and a line going through it. And people in the crowd with a line going through it.
What about hugging? I like hugging.
No hugging.
No hugging.
Not allowed.
No hugging.
Not allowed.
So where are these going?
As many places as possible.
Yeah, this would be a standard sign that we'd be looking for at the beaches as well as parks.
Where did this sign come from, this draft sign? I'm just curious. Was this something that the state's recommending, or how did it come to be?
No, this sign is from the town of Barnstable. Had a very similar sign. They've had it up for a number of weeks, and a sign company that we use, it's the same company they use called Permaline, had a draft of the sign. We altered it slightly, but it's very consistent with the Barnstable sign.
All right. All right, so we had did somebody make a motion on that?
I made the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a second.
Yes.
That was Tracy? Okay, Norm, you satisfied now?
I guess so.
Okay, so let's take a vote on this then. Mark?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Norm?
Nay.
Why am I not surprised? I vote aye as well. So that vote goes 4 in favor, 1 against. All right, so that brings us back to Bass Hole. What, if anything, do you want to do about Bass Hole? The question was, would the Board of Selectmen allow the Bass Hole parking lot to be limited to residents only? That was the question, I guess.
And require a booth attendant to be there. Mr. Chairman, we brought this question before the Board of Health and also representatives of subcommittee of the Rec Commission. The chairman of the Rec Commission, Dorcas McGurn, is still here, I believe, if she's still awake on the line. And they both agreed that they thought this would be good in the short term, if not longer, and to be supportive of the guards and helpful in that area that right now is somewhat wild and untamed. If you'd like to speak to Ms. McGurn, she's on the line. If not, just to know that we did pass it before correct commissioners. They'll talk about it in more detail tomorrow night, but she sent it out to all of them and they had no problem with the recommendation individually, though they haven't voted on it, and their meeting is 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
I don't see her on the line. Is she on the line?
I'll promote Dorcas.
I don't see her.
There she is.
Okay, you want to unmute her? Dorcas, can you hear me?
Here we go. Yes. Now you can.
How are you? We were talking about Bass Hole. And Pat said that you had some input on the question of whether or not the access to Bass Hole, at least on a temporary basis, the parking area should be limited to residents only. What do you want? Do you want to say something about that?
I think at this point in time, it's going to be necessary to do that because people are going to gravitate to anywhere where they think they can get a parking space free. And, you know, that's going to take them all down in the Bass Hole, especially with our cutting back the parking at the other beaches. So I think to start off, it makes sense. We feel that it makes sense to limit it to resident parking, and then we can revisit it as the season goes on. I mean, if we turn out not to have the best season, which hopefully we will this year, then we can always amend that.
So Pat, would that entail having a staff attendant there to check stickers and so forth?
Yes, sir. Just like at South Middle, which is residents only, an attendant would be there, no cash or purchasing of stickers would be available, and people would have to be there with a sticker in order to be let in.
But people could walk in.
Yes, sir. We've established that there's no way to stop walking in. Or
I'll
if
tell you
it-
what.
And what about parking?
I'll tell you
What about parking along the?
Me and my family will be the first ones to drive in, and my grandkids that come from Spokane, Washington, come in a different car. They're going to come with me.
Again, Norm, kindness, patience, understanding. We're putting this up to the board to make a choice. I understand you're passionate about this. We're just trying to do what we feel in our expertise is best. I respect how you feel. You know,
I'm not going to have people travel 3,000 miles with 5 people and be turned away.
thank you for that. So what was the question? Eric, did you have a question for me?
I was just wondering, you know, this goes back to the discussion we had last year about the parking along Center Street.
Yes.
And the restrictions that we were going to impose on that, and, you know, what's to limit people from just parking on the side of the road and walking in like they're doing now.
Dan, did you say that there were some new, the Phil Magnuson had put some new rules in place about that?
We increased the beach access zone parking penalty for like $35. I'd have to go back and revisit the exact language, but there's a little bit more flexibility for issuing parking tickets this year.
But the signs still have to go up on the east side where the newly created walkway, if you want to call it that, is. Our discussion was to continue allowing parking on the west side of Center Street and to disallow it on the east side of Center Street from the parking lot back to, I think it's Homer's Dock.
Eric, how do you feel about this question? live up in that area. Norm doesn't like it very much. What do you think?
Well, to my point about the parking, I think that you still have the ability to park on one side of the road as long as that parking is available.
Mhm.
I'm sympathetic to Norm's position. I don't have a good answer to that.
That's really the only beach that's accessible to people on the north side, isn't it? Really, the only Yarmouth beach?
Well, the only saltwater beach there is Dennis Pond, which is a freshwater beach.
Yeah, but you have
And
to have a special sticker for that.
That's correct.
Why don't we just eliminate parking on one side of the road and leave it at that? I think that will greatly reduce the numbers, and that has been our plan for almost a year now. So why don't we start with that? I think you're going to get a lot of irritated people that show up to that beach who have never had a parking sticker and all of a sudden are turned away on a Saturday morning and being told that they got to go get a parking sticker. They can't even go to town hall to get one. They got to go online to get one, and now that's going to take a week or who knows how long until town hall reopens. It's just a can of worms. Just eliminate parking on that east side of Center Street, and that will solve a bulk of the problem.
What do we have to do that, Jeff?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at.
In terms of implementing Eric's suggestion, I mean, are we in the position we could get signage up quickly to eliminate parking on that side of the street?
Yes, we can. We can get it up pretty quickly. We might need to reflect what that fine might be, but we can get the signage up pretty quickly. I believe you've already taken action on that.
So that would be my motion, is to implement our no parking policy on the east side of Center Street from the Bass Hole parking lot to Homer's Dock, to impose fines for people who ignore the signs that are going to be put up, and leave Bass Hole open to residents and non-residents.
Does that also allow for towing if parked in a no parking area, or just fines?
Well, I think it has to start with a fine. I mean, I don't know.
I think we took some action.
I don't know that we want to be in.
I think we took some action to increase the fines generally in those certain areas that were problematical near beaches. And Dan, I think Dan's correct on that. We'll have to check and see what those amounts were, but I think we raised those. See if we can get those for the next meeting, Dan.
Next meeting, yep.
See what those fines are. I think Dorcas.
I think it was $35.
Something.
Dorcas, are you raising your hand?
Yes, she is.
I am, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
If you are going to go that way, my only request would be that if we're finding that we're running into a problem there at that beach, which personally I think we're going to probably from the first weekend, that we could come back to the Board of Selectmen for a review. And it wouldn't be something that would be, I mean, it would be something that the next time you meet, we'd be able to talk about it, not put it off to a later date. Because if we raise our hand and say this isn't going so well, we want to have it addressed right away.
Yeah, we've been meeting pretty regularly since this pandemic thing erupted, and I think we all recognize that we're in uncharted waters with all of this stuff, and we're probably going to have to make adjustments as things go, as time goes on. I'm not saying to you that, we're gonna take some different action in the future, but if there are certain problems, you could certainly bring them to our attention, and I don't think you'd have any problem getting them quickly on the agenda. I think Dan would make sure of that.
Okay.
One thing I think we've seen, we've already realized prior to the pandemic that the parking scenario down there is not optimum. So we had been looking for ways to address it, and perhaps putting the signage up and ticketing might be a good first start. But I do think at some point in time, we may need to move to residential only or stickers down there. But my problem at this point is, I think, the notification, the lack of notification. So if we can try with what Eric's suggestion is, I think that that would be the best case, because I do think people will be irritated when they show up and find it to be something that they're used to. So, and maybe we do have to change it, but I think at this point we should start there, and that way we would have more time to notify people if we were to make the change.
Okay, so I don't think do we have to have a motion on this, or do we have, or is it just understood?
I think at this point, well, I'll get back to you next meeting as it relates to the exact language of the no parking.
So for now, we'll just leave things as they are on Gray's Beach, right? Which is a free beach. And we'll get the signs up on the eastern side of the road, as Eric has described, with the no parking. And we'll enforce ticketing vehicles that violate that signage. Let's see what happens from there. Is that okay with you, Eric?
That's fine. I mean, going back to last fall, this was our policy discussion, and I think it's time to implement it.
Okay. Are
Well,
we okay with that? Or do we need a motion on it? No, Pat's shaking her head. No, I don't think we do either. I think we have an understanding as to what we're gonna do there. We're not gonna take any action with Gray's Beach, but instead we're gonna deal with parking on the eastern side of the road, right?
For now.
Clear?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Do you need anything else from us, Jeff or Pat, on the beaches at this point in time?
No, I think you've done a great job of answering those questions for us. Thank you.
Pat? She left? Okay, so we're done with that then, and any loose ends on that, Dan, we'll just pick it up next time. We probably maybe even should have a bit of a review to see how things are going in the meantime. All right?
Yep.
Okay.
So the next item is, I put in there the YFD work plan as it relates to their present status there. You don't need a vote on it. I just want to, as the departments each bring forward a work plan, I just wanted to share it with you so that you know what the present condition status is that they're under right now.
Okay.
And they've done a good job. I mean, I think it shouldn't be missed that YFD has done an exceptional job protecting its workforce from the virus. Many communities, frontline fire department staff were completely devastated across the state, and YFD's been right out front on this, protecting their people, and this is an example. This plan was a way to safeguard the staff until such time the buildings can be available to the public again.
How about the next item, proposed ATM warrant?
Yeah, so, this is the same warrant as last week. We don't have to make a decision yet on it, but probably by June 2nd, we're gonna need to have some direction as it relates to what we're gonna do about town meeting. We're following a lot of conversations going on about what other communities are doing. The bill that would allow the selectmen to take a vote on appropriation matters is engrossed. It's stuck in Ways and Means, I guess. So we're trying to find out what its status is there. So it's not critical, and based on what our preparation planning is, we'll likely run that warrant in-house. But certainly by June 2nd, we'd want to have a decision, as this is the final product, so we go to print.
In terms of I think our meeting scheduled for June 22nd.
Right.
Is there any further ideas on that? How we're gonna conduct it, where?
Well, I was following up, Jay and I were talking today about that. And, one of the items that came across is we could take a look at so from the communities that he's been familiar with, some of them have moved their town meetings to gymnasiums that make it easier for people to walk around. One of the concerns in auditoriums is that even if you are, laterally 6 feet away, say, for instance, you're still indoors in a relatively closed environment, but there's also people in front and behind you. But if we set up like the DY gymnasium and you could mark off areas and, one of the things you'd be concerned with is this spacing of seats and put that out there. That's something to think about. It's just for us, because we're an open town meeting, you just don't know how many people are going to show up,
And that's not the worst idea I've heard. I mean, there's some merit to that. Being in, you're right. I mean, you can't just worry about who's sitting next to you, but who's behind you, who's in front of you, and those auditoriums that well, the Matikes Auditorium particularly, that we've been accustomed to having meetings in, it'd be very difficult to accommodate any large group of people on that basis. So,
interestingly, we'd have to take a look at it for a little bit further analysis, but if you incorporated a significant amount of distance in the seating area at Matikes, plus opened up the basketball court, you might be able to pull something off pretty good right there,
You would have
Yeah.
to, yeah.
Okay. So you don't want us to do anything with this warrant at this point in time? And what again is the deadline for action on this?
Well, so, we're gonna have the budget hearing on the 2nd, right? So, I'm gonna presume, I just gotta pull up a calendar real quick, that the next regular scheduled meeting will be the 9th, right? So if there's any adjustments made to the budget based on the public hearing on the 2nd, we got to have a final document to put into print for the 9th. So I think at that, that would be the absolute drop dead situation for us, is the 9th.
9th, June 9th.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we pretty much called out, our financial articles, and then you got the petitioned articles, which apparently have to be in there, and then hopefully they'll be, the petitioners will agree to postpone them till the fall meeting, and then you got the CPC stuff that I guess is gonna stay in.
Yeah,
Right?
got a little longer than we wanted, but.
Okay, so I don't think there's gonna be a lot of heavy lifting for us to take a vote on this,
No.
by the 9th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Status of town event / use of property.
Yeah, if you're reading the newspaper, you're hearing a lot of communities up and down the Cape are already canceling a lot of summertime events. Chatham was the latest. They put out a memo today. Their board and their selectmen and health commission canceled a number of events. So we wanted to bring you up to date as to what our status is right now with events. And interestingly enough, we have gotten a significant amount of interest in the drive-in site, because, drive-ins are one of the things eligible to open up in phase 1. And we have people coming up with really creative ideas, and Mary Vilbon is going to come back to us with a plan potentially to pull off some drive-in movies at the site. So personally, for administration, we're getting a lot of requests to do things, and we would like to just get the board's take on things. I'm not so draconian to think that everything should just be canceled off by Labor Day and kind of like take things on a event by event basis. Like there's good guidance that came out on farmers markets, say for instance, how to do that safely. But a number of the in the packet, there's a number of these events that the proposer has already pulled. One of the interesting ones that I wanted to bring to your attention, it's kind of a timely situation, there'll be an article in the Times about that, is Maureen Tui Bedford got a hold of us, and she wanted to do a Memorial Day event. So as part of the Memorial Day event, obviously we have a nice ceremony here every year. but she came up with an idea of a drive-by. So she's gonna set up the flags that she usually does, including the POW MIA table that she usually does. And they're gonna have a procession of vehicles with staffed by veterans in cars, starting at the South Yarmouth Post Office lot at 10:40 a.m. to drive by the town hall lot from 11 a.m. So we've been working with the police to make sure that that's available, and because everybody thought it was important that we do some recognition service, and most places have done something kind of similar to this. But there'll be the missing in action table, and a wreath will be laid out, and the military flags and the U.S. flag. So it's very much a low key event, but if you wanted to participate in it, there's a way to do that. So we were happy to facilitate Maureen's wishes on that.
Good.
Thank you, Maureen.
Yeah, she does a great job.
Most of these events are outside.
Yeah.
Right.
Where social distancing practices would still be in place and able to be accomplished. I mean, looking all the way through, I mean, especially the boats. That's from a distance. Some of these have already been canceled.
Yeah, obviously one of the big ones is the Seaside Festival, you know, that's
Well, that's a ways off, so I personally don't think we should be, unless they need to have an answer, I don't think that we should be making decisions for October at this point in time.
no, but I think the point that we want to be mindful of is that, I mean, you know, a number of organizations, including in Wellfleet, the Oyster Fest has already been canceled, and town canceled a bunch of stuff, and it's just, I don't know, we'll touch base with Jan to find out when she needs a decision by. You know, if she's got to start putting things together, you know, by July or something, we'll have a better idea, but we'll try to find that out.
I mean, these outdoor weddings and, I mean,
well, we're still under the 10-person outdoor gathering thing.
that doesn't have to have action by us. That's already in place.
We were brought this in front of you just to.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, it gives us a good idea of what's upcoming. I think we should keep our eye on it as things get closer.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, once these phases go into effect and perhaps the numbers go up, we look at it differently, but
right.
The trajectory at this point in time is promising. So I'd hate to take action on some of these things without having any of the data there that we need. That's just me.
Makes sense. I agree with that.
Yeah, so no action. You don't need to do it. I just want to make sure you had that so you knew what was going on.
I think we have to monitor this, and as Tracy is suggesting, see how things develop and take it in progressive steps. How about regulatory relief for businesses, Dan?
Yeah, so the next one is we were made aware of a communication that generated out of Barnstable as it relates to regulatory relief for, you know, because the issue becomes, even if you allow restaurants to open up and whatnot, there's so many potential changes to how they have to operate to try to streamline that provision. And actually, we heard a little bit about that today. So we wanted to have Kathy Williams took the liberty of drafting a sample letter to send up to the Lieutenant Governor's task force as it relates to support the Barnstable initiative as it relates to streamlining the approval for alcohol service and any other temporary, like zoning related issues that might be done. You might have seen some businesses already putting out some picnic tables, kind of getting ready, you know, and so there's, you know, they're really interested in, you know, getting whatever conditions they have to open up and get people there. So I think the governor, just like with beaches, they need to hear about, you know, what at the Main Street level, what flipping the switch in Boston means. You know, it's not like it can be done next week and you can open up.
So to Attorney Pizzuto's point earlier about the advertising requirement.
Yeah, that's a principal part of the whole regulatory process. I'm not really sure how you get rid of that, if you will. I mean, that is kind of the hallmark of these activities is the.
Well, true, but so is the butter notification.
No,
So-
that's what I mean. I do believe that if Boston could allow the local jurisdiction to make the decision provisionally and not hold it up and wait for paperwork to be processed through, I don't have a lot of confidence that ABCC is going to turn something around rather rapidly.
Yeah.
That would be a good solution as well, too.
Well, perhaps if we do decide to send this letter, we send it to our legislative delegation so that they're aware and they can help us.
Sure, absolutely.
So I move to authorize the chairman to sign this letter on behalf of the board, and that's it.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, Tracy,
Aye.
Eric,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
is Norm still with us?
No.
No? I vote aye as well, so that passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. We'll make sure we CC the legislative delegation on that as well. So one of the last issues coming up here is the disposal sticker relief period was part of that package of local option relief that you voted for a while back. And we just wanted some clarity. June 1's coming up, and that was the end of the grace period, if you will, on sanitation stickers. Now, you might have noticed, well, actually, maybe not, but Mike might have noticed, we have the YPD command vehicle here. We're getting set up to have in-person service, if you will, for those folks that, for whatever reason, need to communicate with us or do business in person, live in person. So that'll start to get staffed soon, but you know, it's up to you as to whether or not you wanted to give any more extension on that sticker.
Do we know what percentage of stickers from last year have already been?
That I don't know, but we could probably get you a count by
It would
tomorrow.
just be interesting to see, like, I mean, I know I bought mine a long time ago. A lot of people have been doing it still through the mail.
Yeah.
Interim periods. So is there a way that we could sell stickers with the mobile site at the
facility?
That would involve,
It was extensively set up to facilitate voter registration and things of that nature and other business that's done at the clerk's office. But we could probably look at that.
So, but to the next question, with the governor's relief of some of the restrictions to offices, what is the plan for town hall? Will town hall be open for them to be able to get the sticker? Will they be able to get it through the mobile unit? Or
Yeah, so we're not allowed to open to the public yet. Actually, with a call with the lieutenant governor today, the task force is working on the conditions that have to be met by municipal offices to open to the public. And so we're down, just to kind of give you an idea, we took receipt of reusable face coverings, I think it was 1,000 of those. So we have 2 given out to every staff member, and every staff member will be given a packet of 10 disposable face coverings to get us started. So that's part of it. We have to install hand sanitizers. We've got a good supply of other hand sanitizing material, but the biggest thing is ordering the transparency shields that have to go up. So I'm not sure when the state's going to say it's okay to lift up, but lift up your or open up your buildings, but we have to have all those things in place before we do that. And we're working on it.
So
and we're also working on limiting how many people within the building to accommodate the 25% loading that was in phase 1 opening. So we're trying to bring people back in a very structured environment.
so people still won't be able to go get their stickers.
They know that's what the van's for. That'll be staffed every day. People will be able to do that business right out of the van.
And when's that going to begin?
It should begin this week. Once we get all the bugs worked out and the IT component of it, it's supposed to go live.
So we think June 1st is still potentially an issue?
Let me get you it's at this point, it becomes a matter of, there are many ways to pay. I mean, people could call us, we'll help them through the city hall systems. They can mail it, they can online it. I mean, I don't know. I wish I had the number of stickers that were year over year difference between now and last year, but I mean, it just would be more a matter of, do you want to add another 30 days, make it July 1, give people whatever break? There's not a lot of breaks we can give people in municipal government as it relates to fees and things of this nature. And maybe that's a symbolic gesture, if you will, you know?
So, but the sticker's still the same amount for the year.
Right, right.
What's the turnaround time if somebody were to go to the facility outside or to do
So
it
as soon as
online?
you
How
do
long
the
would it take them to
transaction-
get a sticker?
Yeah, so as soon as you do the transaction, you're given, whether it's like on your phone, a receipt, or like in a case like that, you would be, you know, given the sticker right there. So that hasn't been the issue. So you could show like your phone up at the sanitation site, show them the receipt from City Hall Systems, you're good, paper receipt, and here, like you'd walk out with the sticker. But I just, you know, knowing what the sticker activity has been here, particularly with beach stickers too, around Memorial Day, I mean, you know, it gets crazy inside this building in the years I've been here. So so we knew there was going to be people, no matter what the business was, whether it was voter registration or beach stickers or something, that they're going to want to show up here and do that, because that's just the way it goes, you know?
Does anybody want to propose an extension of time for the sticker?
Just so that I understand, Dan, Roby's not asking for us to extend it. She just wants to know if this is something that we're interested in.
It's something, no, you know, as from a staff perspective, it's your call. I mean,
Yeah.
but we wanted to apprise you that the date's coming up and whether or not you felt like you wanted to do that.
Yeah, I don't see any need to continue the extension.
All right. I guess we'll leave it where it is.
Okay.
Annual town election update.
Phil Gadet was supposed to be on the call. Is he out in the waiting room or is he sound asleep out there?
He's probably asleep.
I'll be promoting Phil. He's here.
He's here? Oh, beautiful. So Phil put together a memo as it relates. I know Mr. Glenn had commented on some of our efforts, but we do appreciate the effort that Phil and Ed are putting into to try to get the message out on that. So I wanted to give Phil an opportunity to share with you some of what his ideas were about getting the vote out, the message on the election dates. Phil, are you there?
Yeah, he's there. He's muted.
Muted.
Hi there, sorry about that. Hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so the clerk's office wanted to make sure that we get the word out to the public regarding vote by mail. And so we want to just put together an advertising strategy just to do the best we can to get that word out. So the things that we are proposing is radio advertisements, newspaper ads, direct mail, robocalls, and make use of the electronic signs that we have, also by the disposal area, and then social media. And then regarding the town website, we just want to, what we're going to do is we'll have a permanent place on the main page, just advertising that we have voting by mail and absentee ballot applications available. There are a few costs to this, and so the radio ads are $1,500, and it's going to be for the first 2 weeks in June, and it's about 30. I don't have it right in front of me, but it's about 30 spots. So mornings and evenings for those 2 weeks, and a couple times over the weekend. And then a direct mail to heads of households in the town. And so we want to put some applications in there and mail them off to them so that they have the opportunity to mail us in a request for an absentee ballot. So these are the things we put together, and we want to just let you know and just talk a little bit about that.
Phil, in your memo, you say it in the opening sentence, you mentioned annual town elections, and it seems like these other ads and mailings are aimed at the September primary and the November election.
Yeah, so as needed, we want to utilize this for naturally the annual town election. And then we don't know how it's going to be in September and then November, but we'd like to utilize the same strategy for the next couple elections.
So what what are these costs? Are they limited? What elections do these costs correspond to? Is it a total, or is it per election? Or what's the story on that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. It's per election.
Per election. So if you did this for the annual election, it'd be 72. Well, let's just call it $7,200 for round numbers, and then again another 72 for the September primary, and another 72 for the November election.
Correct, but those costs are offset with the special revenue fund funded by FEMA and the CARES Act.
Right.
And we're able to pay for them upfront just because of we get a grant reimbursement for early voting from the state.
Yeah.
So we're able to basically meet almost a good portion of that cost.
So the first election we're looking at is the annual, and I think the date on that's June 30th, right?
Correct.
So when are people going to be able to get an absentee ballot for that election?
We should be receiving the ballots early next week, and we'll start mailing them out accordingly.
So
we already have a number of absentee ballot requests in, I'd say 150 or 200.
Okay, and how can people request one of those ballots?
So they can do it, they can call, and we can mail them an application. They have to sign that application in order for us to mail them a ballot. They can online? Yeah, they can, and then the application is online, and so they're able to download that application and mail that in as well.
You can't email it in, it has to be the original?
Oh, they can, yep, they can scan it, they can snap a picture of it, but we need that signature. So you can't just email a request to, say, my email saying, Phil, can you send me an absentee ballot for the annual town election, signed Chairman Mike Stone? Can't do that, but we would need a signature.
You would need a signature on the request?
Correct. So
if I wrote you a letter and signed it and then scanned the letter, that would be okay?
That would be okay, correct.
And if I downloaded, you said the ballot will be online, it could be downloaded?
No, the ballot will be available, a sample ballot will be available online.
Okay,
So
just
you
a
can
sample.
view
Okay.
that. But
All right, so you mail me the ballot, and how do I return that? By regular mail?
by regular mail, correct.
And how far in advance of the election would you have to receive the ballot back from the voter?
The day of the election.
Oh, you can have up to, but that is, it actually has to be in.
But you have to make the request either in writing or by the application itself.
Okay.
And once we
Good to know.
receive that request, we will mail out the ballot to you. So The quickest way is either download the application from the town website, snap a picture of it or scan it and email it to us at clerks@yarmouth.ma.us, and you'll be seeing all this. And then once you email it to us and make sure you sign it, then we will go ahead and mail you the ballot. And then you have to.
So on that email address, is that clerk singular, CLERK?
S, plural, sorry, plural.
Plural with an S, clerk?
Clerks@yarmouth.ma.us.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions of Phil or any comments?
Mr. Chairman, just Phil, thank you. I think this is a great approach, and I totally support it. So thank you.
Thanks.
All right, that's great. Thank you, Phil.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Phil.
Right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
8:45 item. Town Legal Counsel, you want to take that?
Me or you?
You or Mark?
Yeah,
Mark,
so what I wanted to do, I know you want to advertise for new council service, so if there's something specific, I know Mark had sent me some information to do that. We can certainly put the solicitation together in the coming days.
Yeah, I laid out a memo to Dan, just sort of outlining how I've dealt with this in the past, and yeah, I mean, if I can help in any other way or talk more, if you need any more guidance or thoughts or ideas, I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, it's an exempt service, so it's more just a matter of,
Right.
Yarmouthizing the documents and then getting them to the firms and advertising it, so.
Right. When I looked at the last solicitation, I was amazed at the variety of approaches and also costs.
Yeah, you're gonna find a pretty large price spread on that. We separate labor from town council here, and I think for what we've gotten out of Tallerman's group for the monthly retainer, it comes at a pretty good price. So it'll be interesting to see what's out there and who's hungry.
I agree.
Okay, anything else on that, Mark?
No, I don't have anything. I think I'm just looking forward. I know we're all busy and there's a lot going on, but I think this thing is something that's fairly routine that could be handled without a problem. And
Okay.
Dan, if you don't have any suggestions on the memo, do you want me to just circulate that to the rest of the board? I mean, if you're comfortable with.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Because I sent it to you for comments. So yeah, I'll send it around.
Yeah, it's just, this has been a challenging.
No, I know. Trust me, I understand. I watch you guys, the town hall nights on the lights are on pretty much every night there. So I can see it. I've been watching all the other Zoom meetings. Rich is now like a regular on for every town committee, it seems. So
Rich looks tired.
Spent. We're all kind of spent.
It's unbelievable. I see him at the Concom meetings, the Board of Health meetings. He's at virtually every meeting of everybody in town. I don't know how you do it, but
Going out with
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you, Rich.
Speaking of which, do we have another meeting with you still, Rich?
I'm sure there's another meeting in there somehow, yeah.
So we don't have to say goodbye tonight?
No, we can't.
Well, you have my number. You can always call me.
I know, but
Rich is he's generously agreed to share some part-time time with us, so.
Good.
That's awesome. That's great.
All right, board and committee action. Do you have anything, Mark?
No, not tonight. For our next meeting, we will.
All right, next item, approval of minutes of December 10th, 19.
I'll move to approve the minutes of December 10th, 2019.
Do I have a second?
Second. I don't even remember December.
Okay. That was before, that was pre-virus.
Yeah.
I hope that thing's not around for the Christmas season. Can you imagine the economic hit if it is?
Terrible.
Okay, all those in favor, Mark?
Aye.
Tracy?
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
I vote aye as well, so they're approved by a 4-0 vote. Projected 2020 agenda items.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we not reorganize until after the election of June 30th? Is that,
Yeah, that's when you would do that. So,
we usually do it in May, I'm just.
yeah, we're a little bit behind because of the election, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start populating some of that. Also, goals will return in July, you know, so believe it or not, we got to do that.
Our next meeting is the 2nd of June, right? No meeting on the 26th, which is Memorial Day.
Right. Rich said he'd come back for goals. Look at him smiling.
We have a public hearing for FY budget presentation on the 2nd, return to work instruction / plan on the 2nd. We'll probably have some follow up with the beaches and things like that.
Yeah, we're gonna put together, just to let you know, on the website, a business informational page, a little bit more robust. Now that the governor's rolling out these documents, you know, I think it's important that we have a vehicle to be able to reach out to the business community. So for instance, I sent around the guidance to municipal enforcement. We'll do a little bit of work, and I know we've talked to Mary about hosting a outreach Zoom meeting with the business owners to let them know what enforcement looks like under this, now that we've got some guidelines. And certainly now we know that they've got to fill out a COVID-19 compliance plan, self-certify and all that stuff. So now that this stuff is coming out, we'll populate the website. We'll do some outreach to the businesses more than what we've been doing.
Okay. Anyone have anything else on the agenda they want to talk about?
Mark, could you bring up what happened at the DHY, just because I might have to follow up with a call with you, but I don't mean to belabor this point, but I think it's important to talk about that.
Okay, well, I'll try to be brief. We had a meeting on Friday. Each of the towns was represented. I think in doing the review with each of the other towns, Dennis and Harwich are putting off decisions until the fall. No surprise there. We also asked if the other board members had a chance to review the latest version of the agreement. There was some slight changes that were recommended by the town of Harwich. And so before we got too far, we asked straight up if the suggestions, and they largely centered on competitive bidding procurement. Harwich was interested in language added to the 3-town agreement that would establish as a policy competitive procurement with respect to decisions on engineering and design. And the language, and I was surprised at this, that the language that was drafted by council, this is the first time that I had heard of it. This was a discussion that went back, I think, into March. Harwich, represented by Don Howell and Larry Ballantyne, basically said that language was not acceptable, that it was inconsistent with what we had discussed before. So it was decided that we reconvene quickly and go over exactly what language they would like to see drafted so that we could circulate among the other members of the DHY group and review it. To me, it's a no-brainer what they're asking for. They're looking for some assurances that the DHY group or district engage in regular competitive bidding for professional services, particularly engineering and design. And Don Howell did not like the language that was drafted by council. So he said it was inconsistent. So those of us that were unfamiliar with his objections basically said, well, can you send to us the language that you would like to see incorporated into the agreement? It seemed to me somewhat innocuous and relatively straightforward. So that's what they're supposed to be doing. And Joe Powers, the interim administrator in Harwich, is sort of taking the lead on circulating that proposed language and setting up a meeting where we can discuss it. It will certainly come up at the DHY that next meeting sometime in June when we, as a full group, meet again. But that was the concern by Harwich. And there was some strong discussion about the length of time it took for the rest of us to be sort of brought up to speed, you know, on the objections and the concerns that the Harwich folks had. So hopefully we can work this thing out. So that was at the core of it, Dan. That was what I had sent you in a brief memo saying, hey, this is an issue that just won't seem to go away, and we've got to figure out a way to get on top of it.
It's particularly head scratching because they, Harwich and Dennis share the same council, so.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
No.
So, but again, I was told that the details of that language were drafted after I left the meeting, but in any event, to make it easier, it's just better if Harwich just puts literally in writing the language that they want and allow us all to take a look at it. And again, if the idea is to promote competitive bidding in the procurement of engineering and design services, I can't see how that language is going to be a problem. And I don't understand why, quite frankly, it was difficult to craft it in a fairly straightforward and sensible way. So that was the objection and concern that was expressed to the group. We spent most of our time, or I'd say about half of our time, talking about that and trying to get ourselves through it. That's pretty much my update.
Okay, individual items.
I think the only thing that we should reiterate is the Monday, the 25th, the Memorial Day drive-by, 10:40 at the South Yarmouth Post Office. And it will be at 11 o'clock, so.
Yeah, I'll send out the email to you. We'll post that up on the website and social media.
Okay, thank
There'll
you.
be a newspaper article on that too, so. Mike, if you don't mind, I
have,
pardon?
Eric.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just have one request. I should have brought it up under agenda items, but you know, in our budget discussions, we've discussed early retirements a couple of times. So I think I would like to see an outline of what those positions are and what those early retirements look like in terms of you know, budget savings, if that's possible for the next meeting, Dan.
Yeah, you're talking about the savings off of positions that we could go unfilled for a period of time, not so much early retirement.
Yes, I had thought that you had specifically brought up there was some early retirement opportunities, but perhaps not, but
Yeah,
just the same.
Yeah, I'll follow up with you offline and I'll get clarification for you. There are a number of positions that we've identified that could go unfilled for a period of time, including up to a year, and we'll have that for you at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
You're gonna have both early retirement and unfilled positions?
Yeah, I don't want to speak too much about early retirements as it involves individual persons, so.
So
We'll
oh,
have
just
positions
have the
that could be
update on the unfilled positions?
Unfilled positions would be a better way to title that, yeah.
Okay. All right.
The other thing I had is, there's information in there about National Grid doing some gas line work in town. And interestingly enough, seeing as we're building a new public works building, Roby Whitehouse and Jeff Colby wanted me to share with you the proclamation for National Public Works Week. That was in the packet, so we'll put that up on the website. I think Eric and Mark have signed it, so we just.
I've signed it as well.
Yep, perfect. So it's May 17th through the 23rd is National Public Works Week. And last year we dubbed it the year of the tornado, and the Public Works Department certainly made us all restored in short order, and every day they are out there doing the job. So we wanted to recognize that.
Are we going to present that?
Well, someday in the future, we might be able to actually see people again in person. But for now, we'll present it over the internet through the website. We'll put it together as a package. Yep.
All right, good. Any other selectmen items by anybody? No? Any other town administrator updates?
No, like I said, I think the biggest thing for us is for the second, because we're running out of time today, I'll have a little bit of a presentation for what enforcement looks like for people that might watch at home to understand how it's supposed to go with.
Have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Eric?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Tracy? I vote aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.